君がいないからそこそこうまくこなしたつもりでも君がいなくちゃ半分半分ピカピカ光る月が丸いから今君に会いたいよ半端なままのはぐれ者としてよかあげまで過ごそうよどんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃう Oh, every day 心配しないでなかなかここに艶やかにそうや歴史を変えてだからここはうやむやかにそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかにそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけどこよかにそうやなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって赤らか燃える怒りがはそして消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないでなかなかここに艶やかにそうや歴史を変えてだからここはうやむやかにそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかにそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけどこよかにそうや
Tá de lance maconha segurando, vai na via safada relaxando, vai na pica safada sem vergonha, vai sentando na pica doida de maconha, Peterson samba o bagulho é doidão, trava essa puta que cana safada, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, ai, senta no meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhaço, vai, senta no meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhaço.
Aquele pique, só couro bravo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja de maconha, a maguinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro bravo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja de maconha, a maguinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha. Imã de piranha, imã de piranha.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. What a terrible day to be on the internet. But we're going to make the best of it. Good to see you, Topanga Weevil. You have made it to the 2 months of membership. and you will make it even further, inshallah. Okay. I hope my headphones are working. They're acting a little buggy, even though I just bought them. So hopefully that is not going to be a thing. Good to see you, Anson, who was pre-talking, who I could post 2 of these messages. Depends on what you mean by the word missed, bucko. And then he says, I love Jordan Peterson. I think Anson might be being a little sarcastic there. I'm not sure. Oh, we got Frankie in the back. Frankie, I'm going to pull your ass up. Get on up here, Frankie. Don't be shy. Come on, get up here. There you go. How's it going, brother?
Libertad.
Is that a reference to like the Venezuelan thing? Because you're speaking like, some type of Spanish.
Well, yeah, dude. Look, man,
are you happy with the Venezuelan thing?
One communist down, more to go. No, Libertad is a Hispanic thing. It's a Latin thing. It started in Cuba in the 80s.
No, but I'm saying, are you happy that Venezuela has been,
I am happy about it. One communist down.
I don't know enough about Venezuela. I'm tempted to be happy about it, but, don't know exactly enough about,
Hold on, I'll be back.
Frankie already hit me with the I'll be back. And Topanga, where's your little cinnamon rolls that I can pull up for your 2 months? 2 months as a member. There you go, Topanga. There you go. We have an interesting show, okay? I don't know if y'all remember Jordan Peterson. He's been on the spotlight for a hot second, but he is back. And just to inspire and trigger Frankie, he has come along with Richard Dawkins, who I know Frankie loves Richard Dawkins so much.
As a human being. But look, it's 25 years of communist dictatorship in Venezuela. 25 years. Hugo Chavez and Maduro. All right, Hugo Chavez died of cancer, and then Maduro took his place.
Wait, I thought we killed Hugo Chavez. Did we not? I thought we killed Hugo Chavez.
No, he died of cancer.
Oh, did we give him the cancer? Because that might still be us then.
But like the thing is, right? People in Venezuela are cheering. People in Miami are cheering. The Cubans and the Venezuelans, all the Latin people in Miami are cheering. All right, there's posters of Maduro and Caracas that are being torn down, and his statues being torn down. That's a good sign.
How did they get him in like 3 hours or something? Like 3.5 hours?
Look, okay.
I don't even understand how you find someone that fast.
Here's this. Tier 1 operators, all they do is train, go to the range, drink, and play Xbox or play consoles. That's all they do. That's all they do. And I guarantee
wasn't there some like defense systems in place to,
What?
Like wouldn't Maduro have wouldn't he be in a either undisclosed location or be like, I don't know, have some like bodyguards? Like I'm not really sure how that I don't know how you can swoop into a country and like extradite someone so fast.
It starts with intelligence. It starts with recon. Hold on.
Xbox. Hey, maybe Xbox One S. I don't know what Xbox system we're on right now. I'm assuming Frankie is at work. I'm assuming that's where all of these, why he keeps hitting me with one of the, where's my sound bites?
Motherfucker. Look, it starts with intelligence. Every intelligence is gathered and they work meticulously on intelligence. Second is training. Training is just nonstop. You have to train it right. You train, you fight how you train, and you train how you fight. Okay, that's the whole emphasis of it. You train how you fight. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Okay, so then once everything is prepared, and when SP time hits, it's flawless. So I guarantee you, Maduro's guards never had a chance.
How many people did we kill trying to get Maduro? That's a question I have. Even though I am a neocon, to be clear, but I'm still, still concerned a little bit about, what was the cost of taking out Maduro and his wife and bringing them back?
Well, let's go over the facts, right? One first and foremost is a communist dictator. That's one. Two, he basically tormented his people, his own people. That's two. 3, he is a narco-terrorist. He did flood Venezuela with drugs from cartels. 4, he has worked with our enemies. It's basically Cuba 2.0 during the Cold War. So think of it like that.
Yeah.
So in that point, right? Because we took down drug lords before. Noriega and fuck his name is the famous one. I keep forgetting his fucking name.
The Colombian guy?
Yeah.
Pablo Escobar.
Escobar. That was tier 1 operators doing that shit. That wasn't DEA, FBI. No, that was tier 1 operators.
Again, I'm tempted to like this, but US's history in Latin America has been a little sketchy sometimes,
Well, of course, it's always been sketchy. It didn't matter. It's always been sketchy. You understand, when the Soviets went into Cuba, it got more sketchier because they brought communism to our doorstep. That's the point. My father was alive during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like here at work, a lot of Latin people show up here at work, and I tell them, "Hey, have you seen the news?" They're like, "Yeah, dude. Yes. Freedom, we're free." Like this one Venezuelan guy came up. He was like, "Man, I haven't been in Venezuela for 9 years because of this shit, and I'm glad he's gone."
So you think most Venezuelans, you think are happy with this? Because that's what I care about. Me and Big Soda were in a conversation. Because Big Soda thinks that it's not really about the drug thing, and they're kind of like saying it's about the drug thing, which like maybe that's true. I'm more like results based, like. When we went and took out Saddam, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, like I think most people didn't like Saddam. So even if the reason was something else, something a little more nefarious, or they're hiding the ball a bit, at the end of the day, I don't know if I really care. You know what I mean? Yeah, if bad guy gets stopped, I know it's reductionistic, but like if bad guy gets stopped, I feel like I'm selling. I'm like, that's a good thing. But then we have, Big Soda brought the Libya example. That would be a case of U.S. interventionism that kind of did not go so well for the country that they,
Okay, so the difference between the Arab nations and the Latin nations is that we Latinos, we know what communism really is. We know that we want the Latin people in other countries want the freedoms of America. They want it. Don't let these fucking idiot.
What about like all the other like Salvador Allende and stuff like that? Like, who is that guy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think
Salvador. How do you spell it? Yeah, the Chile guy. Like, didn't we fucked him up, right? And did the Chileans not like him? I'm not sure. Didn't we foment a coup? Yes, I'm looking it up now. Yes, the CIA staged a coup against. How did I say his name before? Salvador Allende. I think that's how you say it. So like.
Confused. You need to understand these leaders.
Oh yeah, that led to Pinochet. Pinochet was an asshole, so that's kind of like a second Libya event in a way.
Well, look, like none of the Latin countries are totally destabilized as the Arab world. You understand that, right?
Yes. Because
the Arabs, in all honesty, the Arabs did it to themselves. Because when Gaddafi got displaced of power. They killed their own people. Killed immediately, and what happened? They reverted back to the old ways of Islam. There were open slave markets in Libya. You don't do that. That's unheard of in Latin America. In Latin society, right. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But in the example of Chile, did it not get worse after they took out Allende?
Well, that was like in the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know much about that history, so I can't really answer that question.
I don't know exactly. I just know, and I'm also reading right now, full disclosure, but I'm like, that's what led up to Pinochet, and I know Pinochet was a bad dude, and he ruled until he ruled like 20 years. So it's like, wasn't it better to have Salvador Allende versus Pinochet? So that feels like, I don't know. I mean, just because that one, maybe that one is bad, maybe it's not. I mean, I will admit I don't know enough about Salvador Allende.
From my own experience, from my parents escaping communism in the 80s from Cuba, dude. Like, the Hispanics that are liberals, they're communists, and the fact that they're here in America is hypocrisy at its finest. Why didn't you stay in Cuba? Why didn't you stay in Venezuela if you love it so much? But no, you want the freedoms here because you can say whatever you want. Because in Cuba, you can't say anything because they'll take you. And that's a fact.
It's always, I guess, a mix though. Like even in Libya, right? There's obviously people who hated Gaddafi, but there's people who loved Gaddafi. And same with like when we saw Assad be overthrown in Syria, right? It's like
everybody hated Assad. Don't even go there. Everybody hated Assad. Everybody hated Assad just as much as they hated his father. Just as much as they hated his father. Why are you trying to compare the Latin world to the Arab world? Two totally different cultures, dude.
I understand the different cultures, but I'm just saying sometimes we intervene and it goes good. Sometimes we intervene and it leads to worse stuff. Sometimes a large amount of the people want us to intervene, I think. Sometimes they don't necessarily want us to intervene.
Well,
it's kind of like the Russia Donbass region stuff, where it's like a lot of pro-Russian people would be like, well, those people are actually liberated, you know, because they were being like persecuted by the Ukrainians and stuff, because a lot of Russians lived in those areas and stuff like that, and so in some ways it's like it was a good thing, and it's like I don't know if it's a good thing. Well, Marilyn in chat, good to see you, Marilyn.
Well, in the Latin world, dude, is the fact that communism has plagued Latin America for decades and decades. For decades and decades, dude. Crap. Hold on.
Motherfucker. I'll be back. Good to see you, Big Soda.
What's up, buddy? Hello,
how's it
Frankie.
going? We're just talking about the Venezuela stuff. And then I was saying, could it be a Salvador Allende situation? But I'm not like, I don't know much about Salvador Allende besides what I knew before and then what I just looked up, which is that, right, that was the CIA that like kind of plotted a coup in Chile. And then I read that's what led into Pinochet being in power. And I know Pinochet's a bad dude. So how do we evaluate this before we dive into the Richard Dawkins? How do we evaluate, these Latin American coup? Look, I'm not a fan of Maduro. Not good to see you, Doom Rank, but not Maduro fluids. Okay. Yeah, we do need more hero cards. I'm sick of being the dumbass rabbit. And what were you, Big Soda? You were what was it? You got two, right? You were the mouse.
Rat.
Oh, the rat.
And then.
And what was your second one?
The worm.
Oh, that's right.
The second one was the worm.
And Anson was the bee, if I recall.
Yeah, Anson was wrong.
Yeah, Anson's was, unless Anson is like deceiving us greatly. Anson seemed way off. But my rabbit was a bit too real on that one. The worm's a wild draw. The worm is a wild draw. Marilyn, you got to get out that what was it called? That spirit animal oracle deck or whatever. Anson always says that his. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say with the Venezuelan stuff, I wasn't expecting that on a Friday evening or Friday afternoon or morning. I guess whatever time it was.
I bet Maduro probably wasn't expecting it either, if you think about it.
Yeah, well, I guess you fuck around, you find out.
Yeah.
Now,
thing.
All the native Venezuelans and keep the country for ourselves.
Yeah, you think we should just send them all back?
Send them back to somewhere else.
Depends if Trump annexes Venezuela, then you're not even necessarily sending them back, right? You're just sending them to a different part of America. You know what I mean?
And that's what the liberals are going to say. Oh, it's about the oil. It's about the oil. You understand that those people don't care about the fucking oil. They care about the fact that communism was toppled.
They also, I heard, have like the biggest proven oil reserves in the whole world, though.
Oh my God! It's all about the oil. Oh my God!
And to be fair,
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying they happen to have a lot of oil.
They're on our side of our side of the influence, where it's in the North and South America. And I mean, I do know that they can like some of their policies can interact with the global oil trade, and you kind of don't want that being all willy-nilly mean, I somewhat understand it, but I guess I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, I know there's been like a lot of tensions, but I didn't expect it to go quite that hot, quite that fast.
Look, the fact of the matter is, communism was toppled. All right, a communist dictator was fucking toppled. If you want to talk about oil this, oil that, let's just call it added benefit. But in all honesty,
just some icing on the cake, you know. Yeah, like I'm not. Yeah, I don't think Maduro's a good guy or anything. I don't.
Probably Ryan thinks he's a good guy.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Ryan in a hot minute. I'm not sure what Ryan would probably. I'm guessing if I had to guess, I think Ryan would probably be anti this, but for probably other like humanitarian reasons. I don't know if Ryan would actually be pro Maduro. Although, you know,
I think he's anti-Trump.
Yeah. If this was like Kamala Harris that did it, maybe he'd be on point with that. I'm not sure.
I mean, Biden did it to the Honduran leader in 2022.
Is that the guy who's now getting pardoned?
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the iffy part about it. Like, I wonder if that's something similar to what Trump's going to do with Maduro.
Well, I was watching the news today.
Like he's going to give it a couple years and then pardon him.
Yeah, I don't know if because people were, well, the news was saying this, just some random news clip. I don't know if this makes any sense or not, but they were saying it's possible that maybe Maduro knew he was kind of like losing his foothold, and so this was actually like a 5,000 IQ plan between Trump and Maduro, and it was actually like an intentional capture, so he could like save face and not be like just annihilated and stuff like that. I don't know if that really makes sense or not. I'm not going to lie to you.
You could see it. I mean, it kind of is. Now it's a little on the unbelievable side, but I mean, if you know how it went with Gaddafi, and you kind of know that once America takes its interest toward you, it could be very problematic for yourself, especially if you don't have true hold on a country. And so, I mean, what if it wasn't negotiated out? What if the Honduras one was too?
The only thing that makes me think it's like the immediate talk, although, I mean, it's not like the Trump administration doesn't go back on things before, but the immediate talk of prosecution with like Pam Bondi and stuff, that it's like maybe not, because it seems like they're at least signaling and saying that they're going to be prosecuting with all these heavy charges. Mm-hmm. We'll see. Like maybe that's just, you know, locker room talk, and then it's not actually going to happen. I mean, but I think it would, like, I don't know if Trump would be willing to play ball, but like, if the cost was, like, let's say the intelligence isn't as high and it would have been a bloodbath to actually go in and get Maduro, and Maduro knows he's just going to take loss after loss after loss, then at least from his point of view, it could be good. And maybe from a U.S. point of view, it's like, hey, this is worth it, you know, to topple this regime and, you know, in a way that doesn't cost a bunch of, like, you know, both humanitarian crisis and possibly American lives. I don't know. It's possible. Yeah. I do think it's probably unlikely. But it'll be interesting to see if in like 2 years, Maduro and his wife still aren't, like, you know, actually prosecuted for real.
Well, look, now why is wife again?
That's probably gonna be a long fucking process, dude. So I wouldn't even fucking worry about that shit.
I think his wife is implicated in the same type of stuff, like the same like cocaine stuff. Which
I mean, the only reason why I say, because if you're treating him like what's the best way to look at it? If you're treating him like a foreign dignitary to where he was in control of his land, I don't know if, like, why wouldn't you go after his top chain of command? Why go after his wife as well? Yeah, that seemed a little off to me. I mean,
unless that kind of gives credence. I don't want to get like too conspiracy brained here, but if Maduro's like, hey, I want my wife out of the country too, I want both of us to be safe, you know? I don't know. Does Maduro have kids?
I mean, I don't know if he has kids. Yeah, that's what I was going to think of.
Let's
I mean,
Google
generally,
this.
though, dictators somehow get their children into America. I mean, look at the Osama family.
Dictators will send their children to Europe. Well, fucking hell. Hold on.
Could be a safety
Maduro's
thing.
3 stepchildren from his wife's first marriage, but Maduro and his current wife have no kids together.
Interesting.
I mean, he looks like a pretty like cool guy, like just going off of like purely just like vibes based. Like,
No,
I
he's
don't
a
think this
fucking
guy
communist
would.
bitch. He's a fucking communist.
He looks
I don't give a
friendly.
fuck, dude. He's a fucking communist fuck. Like, fuck all that, dude. He's the one saying, "Oh, he looks like a good guy." Fuck you, Confluence.
I'm gonna be
I'm
honest,
just saying.
Confluence. I kind of agree with you. I would have a beer with that guy.
Yeah, see, I'm not crazy.
But
Yeah, he's got a
the
good
dude's
mustache. He looks
dude's
happy.
I mean, he is evil. But I would probably,
Fuck you,
if
Confluence.
I
Like,
didn't know that and I seen him, I'm like, I'd have a beer with that guy.
Fidel Castro on there,
Yeah.
you'd be like, "Oh, he looks so cool." Like, fuck you.
If you didn't know
Like
what
the-
you'd done, and this guy just met you, and he's like, "Hey, hermanos, want to have a cerveza?" You'd be like, "Sure."
Oh yeah. I'm grabbing it.
Communist fluence. Maduro pilled all of a sudden based on this one photo.
I mean, he does look like a Venezuelan Trump.
He does, yeah. Speaking of it, speaking of Latin American Trumps, I heard that what's the chainsaw guy's name? Javier Milieu or something. Millet.
Yeah,
Javier
Millet.
Millet. Yeah, he was like selling about this pretty hard. He was happy to see it.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
seen
libertarians probably don't like communists
your
too
boy
much.
your boy Netanyahu spoke about it 4 days ago.
Look, like the whole thing about dictators, communist dictators sending their kids to Europe or sending their kids to America, or whatever. Like Kim Jong Un, he sent his son Kim Jong Il, Kim Il Sung, Kim Jong Il. Kim Jong Il sent his son Kim Jong Un, who's the leader of North Korea now, to Switzerland to study. He went through school and college in Switzerland. He didn't do it in North Korea. He did it in Switzerland.
Like the current
I mean,
ruler?
you ain't gonna learn that.
You sure you're not talking about the guy who died from the VX thing where the 2 women put the chemicals on his face? Because that guy studied in Switzerland too.
We gotta stop letting these people come study with us.
But that guy was actually like more base. That's why King Jong Un killed him. You know the case I'm talking about in Kuala Lumpur, where they like the 2 women. There was like two women. One was like from I think Vietnam. The other one was from Indonesia, I think. And it's a weird story, man. They both like these 2 women come up and they both like put some like oily substance on this guy's face, but separately. And it ends up, the story is that it was like 2 compounds that would make VX, which is like a really toxic nerve gas. And so only once, so that's why they were both safe, because it's only when they were combined on his face that they became the toxic nerve gas. And actually, it was proven in Malaysian court that after like a couple of years, that the woman actually had no idea, and that they were convinced that the whole thing was like a prank, and that they were like misled by like North Korean people, which sounds wild to believe to me. But they're saying that they just thought it was just like a goof that they were doing, and they had no idea it was a toxic thing that would like apparently they weren't told any of this. And this was like found to be, I guess, enough from court systems that they're both released now. But it's a wild, it sounds like a Hollywood plot movie where it's like 2 separate people with 2 compounds that when placed together will form a toxic nerve gas that ends up killing. It was like Kim Jong-un's brother or something. I don't know. Someone connected to them.
Yeah, he killed his own members of his own family and shit.
And then, there was the uncle that was also killed, I think, in North Korea. But yeah.
Was that the one that he died in the airport?
They did release the Goose sisters. Yeah. That was the Kuala Lumpur airport. Yeah. And it was, I always thought that story was just one woman. And I was always like, well, how did they spread? Oh, but yeah, it was 2 separate women, 2 separate compounds that are inert, but when together combined create VX. And yeah, they are free. One was released, I think, quite immediately, because I think of like the Indonesian relations with Malaysia or something. And then the other one, they were both on trial for like death row, because that's like the punishment in Malaysia for like killing somebody. But the other one's only in jail for like 3 years. So now, they're both free now, which I like. I'm a little skeptical that they just thought it was a prank. It just seems like hard to believe. But there was stuff in the court saying like one of them took like 12 minutes to wash it off their hands, and the second one that touched the face, well then she would in theory have the VX on her hands, and so you think she would be like rushing to like get it off, but she like really wasn't rushing to get it off, and then she came back. One of them came back to the airport like 2 days later in the same clothes, and then so they kind of used that as like but it could also be that maybe they were like paid to do this and this was just like an alibi that they were told to use. I'm not sure, where it's like, hey, if you do this, you could just say that you had no idea because you guys technically have two separate compounds, and so people will believe it.
That does sound tricky.
Yeah, so I still don't know because they had no real ties to North Korea for what I know. Besides, they just like met North Korean people and apparently they had actually like got them to do harmless pranks beforehand, like put baby oil on someone's face for like $100. Things that they were just told it'll go on YouTube and it's just like all harmless stuff. And so apparently the first ones were all just like dry runs that weren't dangerous. And then when it came to, the person they wanted to kill, then they put the toxic chemicals on. Anyway, very strange story.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting story. I'll be honest, they probably could have pulled that one on me.
Fucking go, dude.
Yeah, it is a pretty ingenious assassination plot, really, if you think about it,
I mean, is it too soon to say we're pro that, or?
I mean, no, because this guy was actually like, he was like criticizing North Korea. That's why I think they killed him. So I think, so if anything, he was like one of the good ones, I don't know how good, but apparently, I mean, there's a reason they wanted him dead, and there's a reason he was outside of the country. Apparently, that's why I thought this was who Frankie was talking about, because I think he did study in Switzerland and like some other Western places. And then he kind of got white pilled, I guess, on the whole, like, topic of North Korea. And he started to think that it wasn't super amazing.
The thing is, like, they won't teach their children in their countries because there's no education in those countries. That's the whole point of it. Like, I remember one time when my mother was in Cuba. She was back in her old hometown in Cuba, and her sister-in-law, basically her brother's wife, they were walking around the streets, and they see a dude with a white coat on a bicycle, bicycling around, and she was like, "Hey, who's that?" And then she was like, "Oh, that's the orthopedic surgeon looking for work."
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Like, you think that's a good thing?
No, but it also has to be scary, I think, to send people out of the country to get education, because there's always the risk of them being like, anti-propagandized. Yeah. Into, like once you leave North Korea, I'm sure it's very easy to probably see North Korea as like not as like Gucci anymore,
Like, there's nothing in North Korea, nothing at all. There's fake cities in North Korea. If you go to the DMZ, there are fake cities in North Korea trying to get people to go in.
Yeah, well, I've heard all the like tours and stuff that they let Western people do. Yeah, they're all like you're followed. It's all very
Like,
you ever seen the clip of the like they're going through a computer lab in North Korea, and it's like when you look at all the screens, you can tell by the picture itself that they're just looking at wallpaper.
Yeah, they're looking at fucking wallpaper.
Like it's like pictures of Google, but it's like the way you can still see the icons like on the side of it. It's bizarre. Like they set Google as their homepage or something, or wall screen. It's fucking weird.
I remember I recently saw it was like a released, like smuggled out footage from North Korea, and it was like really sad. There was like it was like a girl in the video that someone was like talking to and interviewing, and she was like starving to death. And it was kind of like supposed to be at least a more inside look, because apparently it was like a South Korean national that was like filming just some random part, and I think she ended up dying. Like she was like, there was a lot of it's like, which makes sense. Obviously the stuff that we get from the propaganda is probably going to be very different. But then I don't know also how much we're fed, propaganda as well. Some of the claims I feel like sound so ridiculous, and I'm like, is this true? Is this actually happening? But I don't know. I agree with Doomerang in that I have never personally been to North Korea. But doesn't Kim Jong Un claim that he has like ridiculous sports flexes that he has done like 5 holes in the hole in ones in a row or some like nonsense clearly like impossible
I believe
things.
His dad said he invented the taco like back in 1990 something.
Wouldn't it be kind of fun to be a dictator of one of those countries and just like make up completely insane shit?
Be like, yeah,
just have everyone believe in it. Yeah, you know what? I did that.
I'm the inventor of a burrito.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else you hear say burrito, they got it from me.
I guess at that point, who's going to stop you? North
Take
Korea
all the books away that talk about burritos.
Because they like barely trade with anyone, right? They're like one of the most insular countries when it comes to like trade partners and everything. I know they used to have a good relationship with Malaysia. After the Malaysian thing happened, that like caused all the ties to be cut off between Malaysia and North Korea. Because Malaysia was not happy that they, did an assassination attempt in a public airport and all that stuff. So
Asians love to hate Asians.
That is true. That is true. I hate that you have that name. I feel like now I'm already thinking about peeing and it's only been 36 minutes. I keep looking at the name and it's reminding me.
I forgot to change it from yesterday.
Terrible times. Got still a small bladder. Still with my face. Okay, you guys ready for some Dawkins or like what are we feeling right now?
No, I'm feeling it. Ready to listen to retards battle it out.
Hey, you already heard that with me and Frankie. You want more of that?
I want to watch it as I talk to him.
Have you, Frankie? Have you seen this before? The Richard Dawkins and JBP debate.
I think I saw one that they did. They were in a room together, sitting across from each other, and I think they were talking about the memes. And I think Dawkins was just blatantly fucking disregarding Peterson.
See, it's interesting. We in some ways we do need. Hopefully, we get an atheist on panel because I think the three of us, I suspect, will agree a lot more with Jordan Peterson than with Dawkins. Although there is parts where I feel like JVP does his typical obfuscation, whether intentionally or unintentionally. But I just remember there's parts of this. So I want to revisit this. I think a lot of people sometimes get parts of this wrong. Sometimes they get parts of it right, but it also depends. I probably get a lot of parts wrong myself. So hence why we're going through it. All right, let's kick it off.
To explore things we agree about and things we disagree about. I had the opportunity today to engage in a long-awaited discussion. Dr. Richard Dawkins and Alex O'Connor, and we took the opportunity to explore things we agree about and things we disagree about in a manner that I think was very productive. Join us for that. You said that you were a cultural Christian, but what did you mean by that?
Virtually nothing. Dr. Peterson, you're drunk on symbols. What I care about is the truth value. I see no truth value in the claims of Christianity, the virgin birth, the resurrection. Do you believe in any of those?
From a metaphorical perspective, any culture that doesn't hold the image of the woman and infant sacred dies.
Well, let's go back to what you said earlier, which I was very interested in. You implied there's no difference between whether the text is divinely inspired or whether it evolved.
Well, it's the same thing if it's fundamentally reflective of the logos or order. And I think it is.
I think that Jordan prioritizes myth and I prioritize fact. I'm not interested in dragons. I'm interested in reality.
But my sense is that those two pathways have to unify. Now, it's not like I know how to rectify that.
Do you think that that is something that is worth exploring further?
That's very interesting?
Yes.
I think our first point of contact, in the spirit of finding those overlapping circles of interest between you two, will be the similarities if there are any, between the concept of a meme and the concept of an archetype. So Professor Dawkins, perhaps you can begin by telling us, what is a meme?
A meme is a virus of the mind. So it's something that spreads because it spreads because it spreads. It's something that spreads by imitation. As I understand it, an archetype is quite different from that, because an archetype is something which all humans have as a virtue of being human, something that's built in. So it's not something that spreads as an epidemic. It's something that we all have anyway. And I suppose that it could turn into a meme, but I would think it would be muddying the waters to even say that there's
all right, Testicular Johnson. I don't want to poison you.
Between an archetype and a meme.
Memes are not embedded into the psychology of people as
no, they arise. They're things like the backwards baseball hat, which is not an archetype. I mean, it's something that becomes fashionable and spreads as an epidemic around the population, which is very different from an archetype, which is sort of...
Not to pause so early, but wouldn't that just make an archetype like a kind of a super meme in a way? Like it's something that's spread enough and widely enough. Yeah, like, because I agree, yeah, just like a little common trait, like his example of the baseball cap, sure. But if something is spread to like all cultures, right, like where we see it happen, like pop up time and time again, isn't that just something that's like spread so often or is so fundamental to the human psyche that, yeah, just is like a supercharged meme?
Yep. That's the best way. I mean, I wouldn't say the best way. It's probably a very loose way of looking at like story archetypes. Like, not all memes are story archetypes, but story archetypes can be memes. It's like,
and I guess the only other distinction, I guess, could be there's obviously separate cultures that never interacted that kind of then have the same mythological archittypes. And so I guess if we're talking the strict definition of a virus, well, they didn't spread.
Like
there's something intrinsic to our DNA. Yeah, like dragons. Like dragons, yeah. Where it's something that is like, and I think Big Soda, I think you gave the example of, right, something that's, what was it, breathing fire, also a snake. So it's kind of like the scariest combo, the wombo combo. And so, yeah, that wouldn't necessarily have to
early
spread.
Mammal feared. It's like early mammals feared both snakes and fire. So it's kind of two concepts tied together.
Yeah.
The whole notion of cats, birds, and snakes.
So I guess there's overlap, I guess, on what's a meme and what's an archetype. But I guess they're distinct in that way. And that a meme could be not an archetype, and an archetype cannot be a meme, but an archetype can also be a supercharged meme, I think.
And I think it's Stephen Hawking's, or not Stephen Hawking's. What the fuck? Whatever the other guy's name is.
Richard.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins. I think his age kind of plays into the fact that he's not quite understanding what Jordan Peterson means when he says the word meme.
Fucking 80s.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is surprisingly not old. Jordan, I think the world has been harsh on JBP because he's only like 60 something. Like he looks, I think he's gone through some rough times, you know. So
I think him and Ben Shapiro is the same age.
That can't be right. That
was a joke.
Okay. I was like, holy shit.
Built in.
Yes, I've heard you in the past, Dr. Peterson, say that a meme is very similar, if not almost identical to an archetype, almost as if you kept pushing the idea of what a meme is, you might end up with an archetype. But perhaps not.
I think maybe the appropriate way of tying the two ideas together, given what Dr. Dawkins just said, is to notice the fact that something spreads because it catches, right? And so things catch because they have an emotional resonance. And so they attract people's interest. And so they attract them in an exploratory manner. That'd be one way of thinking about it. That would be attraction on the positive emotion side, or they attract them on the negative emotion side. And so that would loop the idea of the catchiness of a idea, a meme, let's say, with the more underlying motivational structures. And as the idea is more related to the action of underlying biological motivational structures, it becomes more and more expression of something that's instinctual and archetypal. Like Jung defined an archetype essentially as something like the manifestation of an instinct in image and then also in behavior. So the deepest level is something like the instinct, and that would be motivational or emotional drive. And then there's a manifestation of that in imagination and behavior. And it's more culturally constructed there. Then you could also imagine that there are depths of these ideas. The baseball hat idea, for example, that would be something that's manifesting itself at a fairly shallow level. But there's a reason that the backwards baseball hat caught on. You know, it speaks of the moment for whatever reason. And it's linked to the biology through the fact that it captures interest for some reason.
That's true. Is this saying too much to say that all of that stuff is along the same hierarchy? Because I guess to JBP's point, any cultural phenomenon that catches on, you could ask, like, well, why did it catch on? Why in this specific zeitgeist at this moment in time did the backwards baseball cap catch on? Or like, why did this music genre catch on? And you could like keep kind of going back and, you know, figure out, well, what's the cultural moment that led it to leave on? What are the culture identity, the people that caught? And eventually, aren't you probably going to go back to archetypes at a certain point?
Yep.
Like it's a mix of archetypes and time. I agree with that. Like the cultural moment and also the baseline kind of fundamental archetypes. And I think those things, you know, mix to create kind of these novel trends. Or am I crazy?
Mm-hmm. No, I think you're spot on.
Doomring says they still talking about the Velociraptor. Oh, they will. They will. The scariest dragon adjacent creature of them all.
Something like the archetype being a more fundamental psychological concept that memes can then play upon. The backwards cap catches on.
Well, that seems implausible to me, but the idea that the archetype could be a reason why some memes spread, that seems to me to be plausible.
Why is that? Why is that implausible? I feel like Dawkins is already being difficult. Why would that be implausible? Like, obviously, there's a reason. Even if we can't think of it, there's a reason that, like, even something stupid, even something like so dumb, like memes in like in the way that we talk about memes, you know, like a meme that spreads. It's like, obviously there's some reason, even if it's just that people find it funny or interesting. Well, why does this specific culture find it funny or interesting? Like, I feel like Dawkins wants to stop at the first level, but like, obviously you could analyze these things, I don't think falsely, and like kind of work backwards, because everything is either based on the culture or the biology, right? It's all coming from somewhere. It's not just the memes that catch on. I don't think are purely random. There could be elements of randomness to them, but they're not like purely random, right?
Yeah. Which is why I say, like, not all memes are story art or are archetype. It's just, I think there are archetypes that do represent memes, and you can see the similarities between them.
Right. Even like this is a weird example to bring up, but do you remember like the whole like the Markiplier like E meme from like, I don't know, like 10 years ago? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember.
I think
it was like it was just like a weird photoshopped version of Markiplier that I think looks like Prince Farquaad from Shrek, and it would just say like E, and it was like, that's almost like an anti-meaning meme. Like the whole point of it was that it didn't have any meaning, but that's something that could only arrive in kind of like a postmodern culture where now we're like, you know, we're like doing meta irony on the memes, but that itself says something, right? Like that says something about where we're at as a culture, right? That we're in, that's something that you wouldn't have seen, I think, in like, I don't know, like the 30s or 40s, right? That's something that you're only seeing now, and you have to have gone through, I think, post-modernity and a bunch of like post-ironic circles to get to that point. Yeah, see, Doomrank knows what I'm talking about. E.
And I think kind of internet exasperated it.
Like that's the thing. I think in our time, obviously, like if you look at humor has changed radically, like throughout time.
Very radically.
And like what is changing about that? Obviously, that can't just be evolutionary, but it's something evolutionary that is speaking to the cultural moment that we're in to find these things funny and to find them worth spreading around, you know? And I don't see a reason why to say that would be different from kind of every other spreadable meme on that higher level, right? It's like, I think they all start from a base point. They interact with culture. At least this is my going theory. They interact with culture, and then they spread to hyper specific stuff that can kind of be hard and maybe feels like, oh, it's hand wavy to say it all comes down to culture and biology, but I think it does. I think it's all just rooted in those like internal things. And so it's just that if Dawkins is committed to that a meme has to spread only like a virus, then I think they're going to disagree. And I can say I think because I've watched this like 2 years ago, so I don't actually remember what the disagreement point is. But if Dawkins accepts that it could be that a meme could also be something that is just rooted in either your biology or some type of psychology or collective consciousness, then there shouldn't be disagreement. But I do remember that there is disagreement. So
well, you do think of memes as you refer to them as a virus.
Yes,
it doesn't have to have a negative connotation.
It's the spreadability which is the salient point. And if
and you call Christianity a virus as well because of
some reason why they might spread,
right?
Then I could go with that.
Yeah, and presumably archetypes don't act in the same way. They don't spread through cultures. They don't sort of grow up and die in individual generations.
I think everybody has a specific type of archetype. I think everybody, like us three right now, I believe we have a specific type of archetype within us that depending on who you are as a person or who you are becoming as a person. So then a meme is just, you're just spreading it out, and then it can either catch fire or fizzle out, right? But the archetype of a person stays within them, and it's either they bring it out of them or it stays internally. So with the meme, us three right now can make a meme and it will spread like wildfire, or it will fizzle out in a second. But my archetype, your archetype, and your archetype are totally different.
Right, but don't you think archetypes can also spread? Like, this is going to be like the fourth stream in a row I brought up Athena, but like Athena, I think you could see that as an archetype of like femininity, or an archetype of purity, or whatever you want to think of when you think of Athena, right? The female warrior.
Do we have to
No, we're just thinking, we're not talking specifics about Medusa. We're just the general concept. Then let's say, so someone posits that Athena exists, that ends up spreading. Is that not an archetype that is now spreading? Same with Christianity in a way, right? Christianity, obviously the ideas of like death and resurrection, those are fundamentals, but the specific story of Jesus kind of becomes a meme in the way Dawkins is talking about, where it does spread around. There's something compelling about it, but now it's almost like an archetype that is like spreading around as well.
I mean, the story of Christ is extremely compelling. Athena's not so compelling. If you actually look at her, she's not that compelling because Paris.
No, you don't think she. Okay, we're not going into the specifics of Athena, but she obviously is compelling if enough people were building temples and spreading.
The temples of Athena, but that only stayed in Greece. Hold on, dude.
Well, and Rome, right? And people still talk about it to this day. So then into the classical places, right? There's a reason that Western Europe got obsessed with Athena too, and Greek mythology in general, right? It played a rich history in the development of Western civilization into the even modern day, right? I mean, it's a reason everyone knows about Athena still, even if people don't know the exact like stories and stuff. So
I mean, there are someone out there who are named Athena because it's actually a pretty cool name to say. You know what I'm saying? It's actually a pretty cool thing to say, Athena, right? But then as her archetype is justice. She, like in Greek mythology, she's the aspect of justice. You know, like justice, law. There was nothing feminine about her.
Well, I would disagree with that strongly.
Why would you disagree with that? She wasn't beautiful. She looked like a man.
Well, I mean, the beauty standards change over time. I will not have you disparage the beauty of Athena.
The goddess of love, sex, and beauty. And fertility.
Yeah, you can be more than one thing. Okay, Artemis, I think, was very feminine. You know,
Artemis
just saying.
The goddess of the hunt.
I know. You can still be feminine. You could be a feminine huntress. Okay, it's 2026 now. Okay, you can be two things.
We're talking about 3,000 years ago almost.
I know. I understand. But the point is, okay, fine. Even if we just go with just justice, right? It's like justice, you could say, is the archetype. That archetype gets expressed by the Greeks in the person of Athena, right? But then Athena spreads on her own accord, always carrying the seed of justice, but then still spreading as a specific meme that is called Athena, right? In the same way with like Christ, you could say embodies resurrection, right? All this stuff, God becoming human. But that's still, it's not like that idea just spread as just like, oh, it's possible that God can become human and resurrect. The specific idea, the mythology of Jesus spread around as well, right? So it's almost like an archetype. The way I'm thinking of it in my head is like the archetype's almost like a seed that's being carried by like something else and it is deposited. But it's like that,
so I would agree
shell,
with you on
it
that.
goes with it. It's not like the archetype just goes on its own. The meme shell carries the archetype.
Look, okay, so I will agree with that. And the difference is this, that the witness, the say Christ's mythology or Christ going forward, like people talking about Christ because he was witnessed. He was witnessed. Athena was never witnessed. Athena just stayed in Mount Olympus. But then, if you go with the stories of Homer, how Athena sided with Odysseus during his
a meme shell, yes. Sorry, just responding to Doomerang.
During his Odyssey, or siding with, was Athena siding with Hector or Achilles? Can you look that up for me, please? Athena either.
That seems off topic. We're trying not to go into the rabbit hole of the specific. The point is the meme shell. Athena was a meme shell. I like that. I'm going to use that now. Oh, also Brandon, I know I always say that I shouldn't invite people up if they don't want to come up, but Brandon, we do require an atheist on the panel. We're all Christians here, and in this debate, we could use you, Brandon. I'm just saying.
I always said this about Jordan Peterson. I believe Jordan Peterson does believe in Christ, but he keeps it so close to the chest because of guys like Dawkins and Harris.
I think he also keeps it very archetypal, which I think I was talking to this Christian I really respect one time, and I was telling her about archetypes, and she's like never someone to like get mad, or like she's like a very like conservative Christian girl, and she got like really heated at me, and she said, I piss on your archetypes, and it really stuck in my head. This is years ago. It really stick because I was like, because she's like, you should like only be following like the person of Jesus, and when you talk about archetypes, you're in some ways like cheapening Christ himself. And I can see it. I think I hope I haven't fallen fully into that. But with someone like Jordan Peterson, I sometimes worry when it's like when he's like doesn't want to say Christian and he mainly only talks about the archetypes. Is he missing the forest for the trees at a certain point? You know what I mean? Or the trees for the forest? I'm not sure which way it goes in this direction.
The forest for the trees. The forest for the trees. But here's this too. We know what Athena looks like through stone glyphs, statues, stuff like that. They give it the picture of Athena. We don't know. We actually don't know what Christ looks like. We really don't. We might think we do because of the paintings of Da Vinci. What
about the Shroud of Turin? Ever heard of it? I know no one.
I've heard the Shroud of Turin, but still, people.
Nick Fuentes made a pretty convincing article about it.
People are still up in arms about it, but I'm still with the aspect that I don't know what Christ looks like because if you see the face of Christ, you see the face of God. So we don't know.
Yes, I agree with that. Unfortunately, I do have to go pee. I didn't go pee.
Oh my
God. His name is Small Bladder. So Big Soda fucked me, and now I keep seeing that. Okay. I wouldn't. It does say that the shroud it says it carbon dates like the 12th century or something. So I wouldn't lean on it specifically, but it's interesting. It's possible. But yeah, Doomerang, Agrillapolis, Brandon, you guys. Well, think about if you want to join up while I'm gone. Okay, Big Soda and Frankie, you are in charge. Okay, Frankie. When do I ever say that, Frankie? This is a big responsibility. But remember, I can hear both of you because I got my new fancy headphones on now.
Confluence likes to listen to people while he pees.
Hey, sorry. I will be co-chair with you. Just my wife's on the other line, so I'm paying attention more to my wife right now. So I'll hop in and out.
I'll hold it down. So Star Wars slurs. Well, wait, no. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. I've been telling Confluence that the Venezuelans were the real, bad guys, controlling the banks and everything. And I think I'm right. I think it's always some damn Venezuelan. They're sneaky and with their big noses and their little hats. Damn.
Are you still on about that shit, bro? Let it fucking go, man. Like, why all the fucking Jew hate, man?
Oh, because it's funny.
Okay, if it's funny, then it's fine.
I mean, it may not be funny to everybody, but it's funny to me.
If it's funny, fine, dude. Because I laugh at everything.
Yeah,
I mean, South Park episodes was the fucking Easter special. That's one of my favorites.
Mostly what I've noticed is it's the one that people have the biggest problem with, so it's the one that I poke the most at.
Now, I heard you while I was peeing say that you were just memeing. Were you memeing or were you archetyping? That's what I want to know.
No, I think this was kind of nonsense, so I'd probably say
The Venezuelans with their tiny hats and their famous control of the money system. Very Sam Hyde coded. He always talks about how the Brazilians control the money system and are overrepresented in different areas. Everyone has their own little Latin X, if you will, and you must group
Trump,
that.
Trump knew they were controlling the banks. That's why he went in there and kidnapped Moderno,
like the cryptocurrency. It's like, I want all of those that Moderno for myself. I'll pick the Ethereum next. It's Monero, isn't it? Monero is the crypto. Moderno is like a mix of that and like the vaccine company, like the pharmaceutical. Moderna. They are in it's all the same, really, if you think about it.
Their headquarters are all in Venezuela.
That's what I think. Okay, back to the video.
All right, let's see this shit.
I think you have to think about it hierarchically. You know, that there's something in the structure that would make itself manifest as an archetype. There's something that's foundational and deep that wouldn't change any faster in a sense than the species itself changes. But then there would be efflorescences of that idea that would be less permanent as they were more attuned to the specifics of the time. So, and that's not saying anything different really than saying that there are ideas that make themselves manifest at different levels of depth, which is also a complex thing. Like it's not,
like Alex
it's not that easy.
Alex O'Connor does know how to work
what idea deep, which makes it more archetypal, and what makes it transient and trivial. There's a relationship between such ideas. There's no idea so trivial that it doesn't touch the depths because no one would care about it, right? So, but archetypal ideas do have that capacity to spread virally and to rise and fall. You see that, I think you see that in the history of religious ideas. You know, that religious ideas can be very catching because otherwise they wouldn't spread. Now, there's variation in them like there is in languages, but there's also something that's core that makes them identifiable, let's say, as religious ideas rather than as any other sort of idea. I mean, one of the things I was really interested about, I sent you an email at one time asking you if you had read Richard Eliade, especially The Sacred and the Profane, but he also has a 3-book series called A History of Religious Ideas. And I really like A History of Religious Ideas. It's a great book. And one of the things it does is analyze a particular widespread religious motif, which is the battle between the gods in heaven. You see this idea in many, many cultures, and each god is the expression
looks
of a
pissed off already.
Yeah, of course, it looks pissed off already because of religious talk.
What you see happening in multitude of cultures is that
it's like he's about to like fall on the ground, kill over, you know,
and acting in it that are
kill over and shit,
metamorphized into something divine, and as cultures mingle and mix,
real quick?
Their gods compete in the.
God damn it! Fuck! Hold on, motherfucker!
You did that on purpose. That was intentional. Can you pause for a second? Oh, motherfucker! I'll be back. I'm being fucking trolled. Yeah, Peterson is like, he's building the hierarchies in real life. Okay, he's about to start fucking henpecking in a hot minute.
No, dude.
You know who's at the top of them hierarchies
right now? Is thinking like you can see it in real time. He's thinking as he's moving, and he's creating a world with his hands. He's talking with his hands, and talking with his voice, and his ideas are coming out in real time. Dawkins, on the other hand, is the fucking statue that, you know, the all-knowing statue kind of fucking look.
So I'm just laughing at this chat. This is the church. This is the steeple. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Frankie.
No, it's like, but do you see what I'm talking about, though?
No, I do agree. And as someone, if you see any of my, I don't do this much on stream. I don't know what the difference is, but if you see any of my YouTube videos, I talk with my hands all the time. I don't know why. I don't think I'm building anything. I don't think I'm doing the Peterson thing. I think I'm just wildly gesticulating.
No, you're creating with your hands. So then when you're speaking, you're creating an image with your hands. That's the whole point of the matter is with Dawkins and Harris, they don't create. They just say it, and as if, and it's like we're supposed to imagine in our minds. But Jordan Peterson, he's creating it with his hands, so that you have a visualization along with the auditory.
He should have like a little etch-a-sketch that he could like draw it out. I think that would be even more helpful. You know,
like that'd be cool and all. But like, do you understand what I'm saying, Confluence, or you're just being gay coded?
I'm being a little gay coded, but I do understand. I do understand what you're saying. I agree with you. I mean, there's a reason people, not to get all Petersonian in a way, but there's a reason we talk with our hands, right? There is a reason for that. We are communicating something. It's a form of nonverbal communication, and we're trying to convey something beyond the words. So I
had to learn how to stop doing that when I was in the Army. I couldn't talk with my hands in the Army, so then I had to stop doing that. So that it felt weird just talking and not, creating an image. So it was like, oh no, don't talk with your hands. You know what I'm saying? Like talk. It's like it was weird to like unlearn that.
I'm trying to think if you talk with your hands now. I'm trying to imagine you talking right now.
I'm moving my hands around.
Do you still? So does that habit come back to you?
Yeah, the habit come back to me because like I said, it's the visual along with the auditory, with the auditorial. It's two things combining together. It's two senses combining together, so you create a full displaying image.
Alex says it's more hypnotic and taps multiple senses at once, confusing the brain. Wait,
no, I don't think it does.
What about the confusing? Yeah, I feel like it helps, if anything.
Confusing the brain because, like, the brain literally, like, our brains are literally organic supercomputers that will disseminate information to the lowest level so that we understand.
Do any other animals talk with their hands? Like, does a monkey talk with its hands when it's like screaming?
Probably monkeys.
Hey, you shouldn't say that about the African American community. That's not.
Whoa! Where's Marilyn when I need her? Wow!
Some damn Canadian.
See, but waving the hands, that's true. But if I was like, let's say I'm Peterson coded, right? And I'm like kind of like, giving a demonstration. So I'm not just like waving, but let's say I'm molding something in the ether, right? That's, I think, what we're talking about.
You're soda foam coated.
I'm what coated?
Soda foam coated.
That sounds about right.
I don't think that sounds right. He also closes his eyes and sways. When he gets like this, he's no longer our sweet Jordan. Yeah, I think he enters into a fugue state. But I think when people do that, I think that's a good sign. Because I think when someone like is closing their eyes when they're talking, maybe it's just something I've noticed, but I think that they're really trying to then like paint a picture in their mind and like try to convey it to the other person. Yeah. So I actually see it as like a green flag when someone does that.
They're creating the visualization. Their eyes are probably closed. They're imagining in their mind, and they're just visualizing for the person in front of them. So they're creating the image.
That's why I actually wear sunglasses on stream, because my eyes are constantly closed. Because I'm always just building. I'm always just building in my mind. I'm in my mind palace right now. You guys don't even know it.
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can.
That's such an accurate. You're gonna get me copyright struck for that incredibly.
I love that fucking song. I love that fucking song.
Corey Hart, if I recall.
Yeah.
The space of the imagination and something like a hierarchy.
Sleep fluids. Yeah, I just take a nap half the time.
Like monotheism and the associate.
So we've been talking a little bit about the concept of a meme. I think it would be strange to be suspicious of the idea that memes are a thing that do exist and transmit, but there might be more room for suspicion about this concept of the archetype. I was wondering, Professor Dawkins, what you think about the concept of archetypes in general.
Well, for example, if we take the idea of the gods competing with each other, that I take it is a proper archetype because it's present in all cultures. I presume you mean something that's built in genetically, ultimately, I suppose, that something about our brains makes different cultures invent the same kinds of religious symbols.
Yes.
And things like a battle between gods is one.
That's one.
And there might be others. It's not that convincing. I mean, it's such an obvious thing because we have human battles, and therefore an idea of battles between gods would not be that implausible. So it doesn't strike me as a very penetrating observation.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting about it, the thing that's been interesting to me about it is to start to understand the nature of the universal themes and how they're expressed in stories. I mean, one of the things I wanted to explore with you, because I think this is an idea that's at the core of the cultural conflict, is the postmodern types seem to have stumbled onto something which I actually think is true. And they're not the only discipline that's come to this realization, because you can see it emerging in neuroscience and in AI and in robotics as well, that we see the world of facts through something that when described as a story, because we have to prioritize our perceptions, we have to prioritize facts. And as far as I can tell, a story is a verbal account of how our perceptions and the facts that we encounter are prioritized. So for example, when you go see a movie, the movie has a hero, and what the writers do is they show you how the hero prioritizes his perceptions, what he attends to and how he acts, and you derive from that the story of his life and his ethic. And the idea that we have a story, that we have to organize our perceptions in priority, and that the description of that organization is a story, that's a very revolutionary idea. And I think the postmodernists got that right. And I think that's why we have a culture war going on, at least in part, is because the idea that we see the world through a story, or that a story is a description of the structure through which we see the world, I think that's accurate, because we have to prioritize our perceptions.
So, Professor
Dawkins, that's a tricky problem.
Well, I would prioritize my perceptions like this. The fact that I care about are the facts that are true and have evidence going for them. And I'm not that interested in symbols. I think, Dr. Peterson, you're drunk on symbols.
Yes, you mentioned, I've heard that comment, yeah.
Okay, what do we think about that? So the postmodern thing, right, is that everything is like narrative driven, that everything is personal narrative driven, that there's no true, what the postmodernists call a meta narrative. Everyone has their own narrative, which I think there is ultimately a meta narrative, but that meta narrative might be unknowable. You know what I mean? Like, I think there is like God's narrative, but that might be, and to a degree, maybe we can like know aspects of that. But ultimately, yes, I think we do tell our own stories through a narrative framework. Dawkins seems to reject that fully, and he just starts talking about facts and then says Peterson's drunk on symbols. Do we think that Dawkins is a little retarded here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I still don't think Hawkins again. Dawkins is grasping what Jordan Peterson's saying.
Yeah, which is interesting. I don't know if it's how just Dawkins is like so. There's a degree of like being like science coded where I think you can like really cuck yourself, like in a for real way. Like I actually think there is, where it's like Dawkins is so much like, I want the facts, I want that Reddit style of atheism. I'm not trying to disparage Dawkins too much, but I also am at the same time. But there's a degree where you just kind of like lose out on a lot of other elements of life. Like, because this should be, well, I don't think what Peterson said was like overly, like maybe parts of it are a little more complicated with the postmodernism talk, but like in general, the fact that things are communicated through narrative, and that's like a main vehicle that we understand the world, we understand things around us, even in our own lives, right? We tell narratives about where we came from, where we're going. A lot of those aren't necessarily just rudimentary facts. There's too many facts. I mean, I think this is what he's punting to, tell me if I'm crazy, with like the neuroscience stuff, right? It's like we know from our brains that they ignore and don't remember most of what happens in like any given day. Like we filter out what we see as not important, and we add stuff to what we think adds to the narrative of the day. And we do this over the course of the past week, the past month, the past year, our past lifetime. We all, like, if I ask any one of you, you could give me a narrative of kind of how your story came to be. And you are almost subconsciously siphoning out facts that you think are less relevant and constructing a narrative. It's not a false narrative, but it's also not just a clear presentation of facts. And I don't think Dawkins realizes that. Thoughts, opinions, first impressions, initial reactions?
Dawkins is gay.
Dawkins is possibly gay.
And I think he's
Frankie?
a secret Venezuelan.
Is what I'm saying, is this kind of true though? The story thing? Do we agree with this? Do we disagree with this?
I think I agree with it. I think you've been pretty spot on.
You haven't even been listening to me, have you, Big Soda? You think I'm drunk on symbols.
Yes. I mean,
No,
for example,
I mean,
I've
I don't know. I got to hear more of
pointed
Dawkins'
out-
arguments because he's quick to shut like at that. He seems to be shutting it down quite before he's like grasping the idea of what Jordan Peterson means. Because he's painting it like as a, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out a good way to grasp it, and I think you've been doing a good job like grasping it.
Goated.
Book, We Who Wrestle with God, a number of references to Cain. There are 356 references to Cain in the book, and 20 references to the descendants of Cain. You're obsessed with Cain because Cain is symbolic of evil. All the evil in the world you
McDonald's
blame Cain for.
That's my favorite meme.
That is a good one.
Cain, I mean, you don't believe Cain actually existed, I presume.
Since we joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a...
Okay, even though I am sponsored by the Daily Wire. Okay, so everyone go to Daily Wire and get your Confluence mug, okay, at 10% off by using the code Big Soda today. That's the code for what did I say? 10% off. We're still gonna skip this because I
Daily Wire destroyed George Peterson.
I think of Cain as
possibly.
Do you believe Cain existed?
I think the pattern that
the Venezuelans
Cain
got to
represents
him,
is an eternal pattern, and so
yes,
it's a higher
different.
level of existence.
That's different. I realize
well, there
that.
are Cain types who exist, and they're very well
There are
Cain coded, if you will.
Cain himself. I mean, you give the game away where you say in your book, Cain and Abel were the first humans to be born in the natural way. Now that betrays you as it were pretending you think they really existed, because you wouldn't have said they were born in a natural way unless you were muddling up facts with symbols there, because you don't think that Cain and Abel existed.
Well, I don't. What do I think about Cain and Abel? I said I think the pattern that they represent always exists. Always exists.
What did you miss? They're talking about memes and archetypes, and now they've moved into if Dawkins thinks that Peterson is drunk on symbols and that he hides the ball when he talks about Cain from the Bible. The example he just brought up is that he says that Peterson said in the book that Cain and Abel were the first naturally born humans. Although I don't know if that is hiding the ball, because I think if I was talking even about like Greek mythology, if I'm just telling the story, and I think you would too, Frankie, right? We are talking about it like when we talk about the Medusa thing, if Medusa was essayed or not, right? We don't actually think there's probably someone named Medusa that became a Gorgon and stuff like that. But the way we're talking is going to be like in a way as if we do believe that. But that's just a confusion of like how someone might be hearing us talk, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when you're talking about it, you reference it as it's real.
Right. Like, yeah, exactly. Same with like Harry Potter. If I'm like, yeah, Harry Potter, you know, he had a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. It's like, no, I'm not saying there's a literal person in real life, physically alive, that had a lightning bolt that's called Harry Potter. It's in the context of the story. And I think whether Jordan Peterson believes that Cain was a real person, I'm not sure. But just saying that, I don't think there's any like hiding the ball or revealing anything. It's just that's how you would talk about like any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Is Cain the first meme? Possibly. Possibly.
I don't know. I think Eve's the first meme.
Eve is a meme, okay? In the bad
sense. That's what I'm saying.
Eve's
got to be the first meme.
Yeah.
Adam wasn't doing shit when she came along.
The conflict between brothers, the rivalry between brothers. This is a fundamental pattern, which yes, it's something that's there. But I care about facts. I mean, did they exist or did they not exist?
Well, I can imagine a situation where when the story was originated, that it referred to two actual brothers. But as the stories propagate across time, as they mutate, as they adapt, let's say, to the structure of human memory, they deepen and they become broader. And so then they become emblematic not only of the pattern of conflict that might characterize the original two brothers that the story was about, but about the conflict between brothers as such, and then the more fundamental levels of conflict that exist within human beings, which is what you see in more sophisticated literature. It's like the biblical accounts speak of fact in a factual manner upon occasion, but the biblical accounts also speak poetically and metaphorically and allegorically, and people who are sophisticated in biblical analysis have known this for centuries. The biblical literalists generally suffer from the problem that they don't even know what it means to be literalist. There's lots of unsophisticated ways of approaching a text.
Okay, let's see what Professor Dawkins thinks about that.
Well, I suppose I'm a literalist. I mean, and you give the game away when you say Cain and Abel were the first humans to be born in a natural way.
Well, I'm speaking allegorically there within the confines of the text. I mean, what I meant
This is what we just said.
That the way the story lays itself out is that Adam and Eve are created by God, and so they're not emblematic of the pattern of human beings that exist in fallen history within the confines of the text. The first two people who are genuine, who aren't creations of the divine, are Cain and Abel. And so for me, they're emblematic of the patterns of conflict that rip people apart in the world of history, in the world of normal history.
Professor Dawkins, I know you take particular umbrage with that statement that Cain and Abel were the first normally born human beings, but I think if I understand Dr. Peterson correctly, there are things that can be sort of true within a story. It's true that Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street. And as far as I understand, that's maybe what you mean by the truth in the matter of Cain and Abel being the first naturally born humans. It's internal to the story.
Well, in the context of this story, they're the first two spirits or patterns you could think of, patterns of perception and action.
Yes.
That characterize human existence in the fallen world, right? So they're emblematic of what happens in history outside of the...
Okay, a brief aside. I don't know if they're, because again, I saw this, I think it's like 2 years ago now, but with Cain and Abel, I think I understand Peterson's point of view, that he seems less concerned about if they actually factually for real existed. Yeah. But then the boots on the ground thing, I think in Christianity, is when you get to like Jesus, right? And then, because if you start like looking at Jesus's miracles or like his death and resurrection as just pure metaphor, then it's like, well, then you're kind of like kneecapping the entire story is the problem, right?
Yep.
And it's like, I think Christ is like an archetype for like death and resurrection stuff. But if he's only an archetype, then does that actually like save us? Does that actually like defeat death? Does that actually like do anything? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no. And it's kind of why, if I had to bet on it, I would probably say that Peterson isn't a believer in the same way me and you are believers.
Well, you could say that too. I would agree to you to some extent, but with Cain and Abel, you have to remember what happened. Like, Cain was unprepared for the sacrifice, and what he gave was insufficient. And the fact that, that he was, manipulated at the same time. So then, the first murder was committed.
Mm-hmm.
In history.
Have either of you read the book Ishmael?
Oh, Book of Ishmael. You're talking about
not Ishmael, it's not an old book. It's like a fiction book, and it's about a talking monkey. It's actually a really good book. And it talks about Cain and Abel, and I don't know if this is the first author.
Let me start real quick. Did it start off with "Call me Ishmael"?
I'm not sure.
Is the monkey name Ishmael?
It's like a monkey or a gorilla or an ape that's named Ishmael. And he's like he like can communicate with the human, and he's teaching the premise of the book. Obviously it's a fiction book, but I guess I don't probably need to specify that, but yeah, it's not that Moby Dick thing. Yeah, it's an ape. And the premise of the book is that Cain and Abel represent agrarian and hunter-gatherer societies and the internal struggle. And I don't know if that's true, but I thought it was very interesting to think of it in that way, because that was the whole thing, is that what Cain's sacrifices weren't accepted because they didn't have meat, right? And Abel, so the idea is that Cain was like the hunter-gatherer and Abel was the agrarian. And if we look throughout history, what we see, there was a time of hunter-gatherers, and then we move into like agrarian stuff, and then we move. So this author was like making it seem like, yeah, it was an allegorical thing, which Doomerang says is a little gay, which they can be a little gay sometimes. Still a good book. It
makes sense though.
It does kind of make sense. Like, I don't know if it's the only level it's true on, but I think it's like possibly one level that it's true on with these, like, especially these old stories like that. I don't know. But I guess, if I can ask, so to bring up what I was saying before, I guess, so if it sounds like you and me, Big Soda, we agree that you are in some ways like kneecapping Christ if you just say that all the gospels are just like pure allegory and pure like archetypes and stuff. But then I feel pretty comfortable like not knowing, like, was Cain an actual person and did he do exactly what was written? Or like, even when we look at, like we were talking yesterday about the Amalekites, in some ways it's maybe a bit of a comfort if I think of that story as more allegorical, and you see it, Amalek is the flesh and you have to cut the flesh out of your whole life, and as opposed to thinking of like infants being like murked and all that stuff. But at what point, how far can we take that? Or should we be literalists and see like the whole Bible is like Adam and Eve were two real people, they were the first people, there's a guy named Adam, guy named Eve, or a girl named Eve, hopefully, Do you get what I'm saying? Like, at what point is it okay to stop treating?
I think it's a little bit of a pendulum, because I think like when Brett Weinstein and Jordan Peterson got together, they talked about this meta truth, and like treating something as if it's true, even though I guess the story itself or the thing itself may not be true. And it's like the porcupine throwing their quills. And when I first watched this debate, that's what I thought Jordan Peterson was lining up, was he was kind of doing the early building the foundation for like meta truths and stories.
But when is it okay to think of something as just a meta truth and to deny its like historicity? And when do we get into more like dangerous territory?
I mean, to be fair, I think it's something that you kind of have to figure out on your own. I don't think there's like a guide or an easy guide. I just think we know there are some meta truths that does serve us good, and it would be better that they serve us than the alternative. But it is a balancing gauge where now you're accepting things that aren't true, I guess, for something that I don't know a good way to explain it. It's like you're accepting the meta truth even though you're not accepting the reality, and you're willing to lie to yourself to accept that good and that meta truth, but is lying to yourself, I guess, a bad thing? And you kind of have to gauge it on your own of whether that's a good or a bad thing.
I would say it's like there is an arbitrary point where the meta truth can become damaging if you deny the literal, like we talked about with Christ. With other things, I think it's probably less important. But then there's some like edge cases, like the story of like Jonah and in the whale or the big fish.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
it's like,
so that right there, that's a very hard one to distinguish, because what actually happened in Jonah, like what happened, and the only answer I have about Jonah and the whale is that he died, or Jonah and the fish, or whale, what you want to call it, he died inside the creature, and he was resurrected through God resurrecting him. That's my only answer I have with that. There's no other explanation I could give you.
But you don't think it could be a meta story that it's like, or a meta truth, whatever we're calling it? Like,
if you look at the story itself, right? God told Jonah to go to Syria and start preaching. Jonah didn't like the Syrians in Damascus. So he was like, no, I don't want to. I'm going to do my own thing. God is specifically giving him a mission. And so then Jonah decided to go on a ship and do some fishing. And the fact of the matter is, God made it so where he has to do it.
Right, but I feel like
what's the negative of accepting it as true?
Well, okay, I don't want to be like Dawkins pilled, but it's like I guess I still have a desire to like accept true things. And then there is maybe a degree where I think it can maybe be harmful to like atheists and stuff if we go, like, let's say we take it to the extreme, if you'll let me do that. You know, if you're familiar with like Ken Ham and Ken Hovind, you know, the Answers in Genesis people, the Dr. Dino, where it's like they take it so literally that if you follow like the genealogy of Adam, right, it says Adam lived for X amount of years, gave birth to his son, you know, then whatever, Seth lived for X amount of years, gave birth to his son. If you follow that like super literally, then you get to the point that Adam and Eve were created in roughly 4000 BC. And then you get to the point that, well, then dinosaurs had to be on the ark and dinosaurs lived alongside humans. And that's the path like the young earth creationists go and like Answers in Genesis. And I feel like when non-religious people see that, they're like, well, that goes against everything we know from like paleontology and the fossil record and all that stuff. So it can be a stumbling block. And possibly in the same case with like Jonah and the whale, where maybe it's like most people look at that and they're like, well, that's like got to be like a fairy tale, or that would be like the bad way to say it. A better way would be like it's an archetypical story. But right, if we cling to the reality of some of these things, or like there's the other passage where I can't remember who it was now, bad memory on my part, where someone makes the sun stand still in the Old Testament. Can't remember who that was now. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, did the earth actually, first of all, the sun doesn't move. So did the earth just like stop rotating? Like it's possible, like an omnipotent God could do anything, but at a certain point, it might be more beneficial to be like, yeah, it's true in a sense, but it's not like literally true, you know? And so with Jonah, it could be one of those cases.
Another one is like, I think it's with Moses and the pillar of light that comes out in the sun, and then the like beacon at night where I guess the 12 tribes follow it.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to guide them on their journey. I mean, it's tough to say because I kind of agree with Jordan Peterson of like, I believe it as if it's true. And it's hard for me to express quite what I mean by that.
Yeah, I mean, me as well, and it especially gets complicated with, I think, an example like Jonah or like the bronze serpent story, where the bronze serpent is lifted up, and if they look,
the bronze serpent is a psychological story. It's a
this is the problem, Frankie. Hold up for a second. This is the problem, because with both the Jonah and the bronze serpent, right, both of those are referenced by Christ as if they're kind of like. Like he says, in the same way that Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days, so will the Son of Man be in the, you know, whatever he says, dead for 3 days. And then with the bronze serpent, he says, just like the bronze serpent is lifted up, so shall the Son of Man be lifted up. So is Jesus using those metaphorically? Real. Yeah, it seems. And same with like Adam and Eve. It's like, so then and the risk of, I guess, not taking it literally is that then you can kind of academically cuck yourself, where then you start kind of almost in questioning everything. Did Jesus really walk on water, or was that a metaphor, right? Did Jesus, and it goes all the way up to, well, did Jesus actually rise from the dead, or is that just a metaphor? And that feels like it's a slippery slope, right? And so it's hard to know at what point we can be like, okay, this story sounds like doesn't maybe match up with what we know. And yes, God can do miraculous stuff, but it seems like the God we know is a very much a God of like history and doing like natural stuff. I'm not saying miracles don't happen, but just in like most cases, right? And so, yeah, I don't know if do you get that? I think you guys both get the tension I'm going toward there, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with the flood. Like, did the flood actually happen, or was it a metaphor for something of like a rejuvenation period that God wanted for mankind?
Right, because I know people will disagree on this. And I'm not an expert on this, but I went through a big phase when I used to be like a young earth creationist and stuff. And it's like I don't know if there actually is enough evidence to think that a global flood happened. I think it might have been a local flood. But of course, the story, right? It has the animals coming here, but even that and there's a lot of stuff in that story, right? That's like really hard to like every animal. How did the animals get to Australia? There's all these questions. And I know Young Earth Gracious claim to be able to answer them. I don't find the answers necessarily all that sufficient, I guess.
Yeah.
And so it ends up being like an apologetic nightmare at some point. It's easier to just say maybe it was a local flood and it's best to treat it as true, but who knows if it's literally true. But then, like I said, then we're kind of on a slippery slope riding into the New Testament of like, well, did Paul actually raise someone from the dead, in Acts, or did he actually not? And that's just kind of like a story as well. And you can become very like kind of cynical in that way and just, start to see everything as like an allegory and everything as an archetype. And yeah, I don't know where to go from that. Wild Heart, I don't know if you can hear me. Are you sorry, I was just trying to finish something. If you can hear me, give me one of these and then give me a W. Oh, fancy. And he has succeeded. Good to see you, Wild Heart, bringing you up. Good to see you, brother. How you been?
Yeah, Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
Manchester United.
Get it. He knows me. He must know me. He knows I'm a Man United fan. Yeah.
Man U!
So do you have any, do you just jump in here or do you have any thoughts on what we've been saying? Either way is fine.
No, I've not been following, but I think Jordan Peterson is a bit of I don't want to swear, but do you know what I mean?
You don't like him, you're saying?
I don't like him, no.
Okay, good. Well, we need someone like you on the panel because the three of us do like Jordan Peterson, so you can kind of be the...
Oh, you like Jordan Peterson?
We do, yeah.
I don't think there's been someone who's done as much work on story archetypes as Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, but that's not a good reason to like him.
You say what?
Wait, why isn't that a good reason to like him?
Because he's done a good story on archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's important, I guess I should say. And I think his work is very good when it comes around childhood stories and both biblical stories.
Oh, you're a Christian. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, but I don't think Jordan Peterson's a Christian.
Yeah, so why do you like him then?
Because I can separate what I believe from liking people.
Yeah, but you gave the reason because he kind of supported Christian views.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, there are people who don't believe what I believe that I support and are okay with not believing.
If you think he's not a Christian and your reason for trusting him and thinking he's a good person is because he supports religious Christian views.
I don't think that's
true because I like Alex O'Connor and he is the most detriment to my belief.
Yeah, so why do you believe him?
Do I which Jordan Peterson or Alex O'Connor?
Jordan Peterson. Why do you like him and why do you believe him?
Because I find story archetypes to be very fascinating.
So a story of archetypes.
Yeah. Okay. Are you aware what a story archetype is?
No.
Okay, like the prodigal son stories redeems himself.
Okay, story archetype like King Arthur.
To name another example would probably be Lion King.
Or King Arthur. King Arthur, Beowulf.
King Arthur, yeah, King Arthur's a good one.
So you're picking out like mythical things, Beowulf, like fictional, and King Arthur, which is fictional.
I do believe Beowulf is a real guy. I do believe Beowulf is a real guy. Do I believe his stories to be true? It may have been exaggerated, but it's still the archetype. The warrior turned to king. and dying on the throne. Like to me, those archetypes are about belief and about aspiring to be something better. In my mind,
it's a meta story within a story, and so it can map on with other stories, and then you kind of get a general idea of an archetype.
Yeah.
So if I can take a stab briefly. So yeah, so there's a bunch of stories, right, throughout like space and time, and they have like certain commonalities that you'll see repeated throughout a variety of mythologies, religious structures. And so the idea is that because those stories are so oft repeated that they probably mean something either on a psychological level or possibly on a religious level, or as Richard Dawkins says in a video, that he thinks it ties into our genetics and our DNA or our evolutionary past. So I think either whatever way you go on what those stories mean, it's undeniable to look at like comparative mythology or comparative religious studies or just comparative fiction in general, right? And not see those like common archetypes play out again and again, those common story elements, those common hero narratives, the hero's journey, if you ever heard of that, right? There's like a lot of, and so when Jordan Peterson looks at like the Bible and he'll like talk about how these things represent something about the human consciousness, right? About our psychology as people. It's a story that's repeated endlessly throughout human history, even if it's only written. So Jordan Peterson, we were just talking about Cain and Abel, right? That element of like betrayal and the dynamics going on there, that's a story that's repeated again and again in different names, in different ways, in different cultures. Can't tell if Wild Heart is frozen or really still, or if I'm frozen. Can anyone hear me?
No, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, Wild Heart is a little frozen coded.
I farted.
You hit him with the archetype. You don't know what to do now.
He's just stun locked. Stun
He's
locked
like,
by the
damn,
archetype.
that was such a good argument. I'm shocked he don't like Jordan Peterson. He must be a groiper.
He must be. He must be like one of those Venezuelans. I'm just kidding. Oh, Wild Heart just the archetypes just destroyed his internet, which is understandable.
That's
hopefully
proof
Wild
God
Heart comes back. Yeah. Guess we'll
I
keep
will
going.
be done.
Whatever is meant by the pre-existent paradise.
At the same time, you must know, I know this comes up all of the time when somebody says, but did Cain and Abel really exist? And I know that you want to say that the story which
I think it's a silly question. I think it's like asking whether Raskolnikov existed in Crime and Punishment. Like it's not a trivial question, because you can answer yes and you can answer no. You can say, well, there was no such specific person as Raskolnikov, but it's not a helpful question, because the reason that Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment is a masterpiece is because Raskolnikov was everywhere in Russia when Dostoevsky wrote Crime and Punishment. And so Raskolnikov is hyper real, not real.
But to be clear, is that how you feel about Cain and Abel? That is to say, an identifiable
hyper real
Homo sapiens called Cain.
It's irrelevant.
Who murders his brother.
In a sense, it's irrelevant to me, because
it's kind of like, why is that irrelevant, or why is that relevant to the conversation?
We don't know anything about them as historical figures.
Even if
I agree, but then I
like,
feel
do
like
they have to exist?
I don't want to repeat myself, but then where does that lead us as we go through the Old Testament into the New Testament, right? Like surely I don't know what Jesus would say, or I don't know Jesus. I don't know what Jordan Peterson would say about Jesus. Is Jesus also hyper real in the sense that he didn't maybe literally do the things he did, but the story's important nonetheless? Like, to me, that's like so like nerfing Christianity as to make it like meaningless, right? Like, if I die, am I going to be resurrected or not? Jordan Peterson, that's a big, like, I don't want, at the end of the day, a story is not going to like save me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
And so it's like, so I just don't, so like, I agree with Pearson that it, like, in some ways it's not a trivial question, but it is kind of a bit of a nonsense question. But that's fine when it comes to those stories. Yeah, when it comes to like the boots on the ground, like what we put our faith in, people die over Christianity, and it's like And I don't remember if this ever gets to that point with Jesus, because I feel like that's like the main sticking point. Probably almost all the Old Testament, you probably could interpret it in some ways as like hyper real, in the same way that Raskolnikov is hyper real in Crime and Punishment. But with the Christ, it's like that's the one thing where it's like if that's just hyper real, then it's just a very good story that might have good physical or psychological outcomes in your life that could lead you to live your best life, lead you to live your best life. But at the end of the day, are you saved? Are you not saved? You know what I mean? Like all that stuff seems like, yeah, like those are still like super important. Okay, Wild Heart, just give me one of these, because you've already been up. So I'm assuming someone's not like super cosplaying y'all or anything, but okay, I'm bringing you up. You are muted, by the way. I'm not sure if you realize that, Wild Heart, but it's telling me you're muted. I think I could unmute you. Oh, no, you unmuted. Okay, and then I muted you back. Okay, I think you're good now.
Yeah, sorry, that was my internet cutting out. Yeah, it's not your fault, then. Yeah.
It was the Lord Divine. I'm just kidding. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you heard or what you. Do you kind of get what all three of us in our own ways were saying as like an archetype? Do you think that's a valid concept?
I think it's a valid concept. I think it's a wrong concept though. Like, if you can have an archetype, what is, like, if you can take 10 fictional like stories or books and they're archetypes, it doesn't mean that they're true.
No, but what would be true would be almost the archetype would be true. It's something that all these different people throughout space and time think to talk about this specific kind of like typecasted character, right? So it's like why that says it might not say anything religiously. I get you. I understand you're atheist, but like from a psychological level, that at the very least, would you not agree it has to say something about us as people, either from a DNA level, from a shared psychology level, from something, right? Because why would, in so many cultures, like we brought up earlier on stream, brought up dragons, that dragons are in mythology in so many parts of the world. That probably says something about us, the fact that we're creating the same type of thing. You know what I mean?
I would agree that it means something about humans. It doesn't necessarily mean something is true. Like, so dragons don't exist, obviously. So
yes, but if you break a dragon down, we're both scared of fire and reptiles. So it's kind of, you would say the dragon isn't true, but I could say, well, it's very much true because it's a representation of our fears.
No, it's either true or not true.
But not really, though, if you think about it, right? This is what Jordan Peterson was just saying. He's talking about Crime and Punishment, the novel, and he's saying that you can have a character in a novel that at the time he was saying the character Raskolnikov represented so many people in Russia. So I agree with you. Like, if you just asked, did Raskolnikov, did he exist as a real person? No, he was an invention by Dostoevsky. But at the same time, that archetype that was being built by Dostoevsky was true at the time for a lot of people, right? So I don't think it's as simple as saying is it true or false. Like we have to look at what level we're talking about. Literally, was there a character or was there a person that actually existed that did that stuff? No, but on a maybe more metaphorical or archetypical meaning, right? Then it does become true, right?
No, it did. No. Sorry, I need to stop disagreeing with people, but no, it doesn't become true because.
But why not? Again, it doesn't become literally true. I'm not saying it becomes literally true. Is there not any truth to the value of it? Is it true on a like? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what words to exactly use here.
Did he exist or did he not exist?
Well, in that question, yes. Did he physically, literally exist? No. But I guess I guess we were talking about this before. If I asked you, you know about Harry Potter? Does Harry Potter have a thunderbolt scar on his forehead? What would you say?
In the story, he does, yeah.
Okay, do you see what you did there, though? You preempted it with in the story. But literally, there's no such literal guy as Harry Potter. So if I said it has to be true or false, you'd kind of say, it depends on what you're asking. If you're asking like literally, then no. But if you're asking in the level of the story, well, then yes. So now we've kind of established that there are two different levels of when we ask, like, did Harry Potter have a lightning bolt on his forehead, right?
Well, if you ask the question, does Harry Potter have a lightning bolt on his forehead? The answer is no, because Harry Potter doesn't exist.
But do you see how you answered that? I asked you the same question. You just said yes, though. So do you see it?
No,
because when I asked you, you took it on a narrative level and you answered yes. And now when you're repeating it, now you're changing your answer to no.
And besides, you can say Harry Potter doesn't exist, but that doesn't answer the question of whether he had a lightning bolt on his head.
So he could exist and not have a lightning bolt on his head?
No, I'm saying that the question is just, did Harry Potter have a lightning bolt? And for you to say, oh, well, he doesn't exist, that doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, no, it does answer the question.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's irrelevant to the question.
Wildheart, I'm confused why you initially asked when I asked the same question, you initially said yes, he does have a lightning bolt, and then later on, when you answered the same question, you said no. So you're operating on two different levels as well, right? You took the first question to mean in the context of a story and a narrative, he did have this. The truth value is yes. And then the second time you were taking a more literal way. That's all I'm proposing, is that there's different levels that we take these questions at. The truth value is not just determined on a literal, physical, did it actually happen level, but it's also, is it true in the story? Is it true? Is it a true message for broader human psychology? There's a lot of levels you can kind of answer the question on, and I feel like you're getting hung up specifically on did it literally happen in the physical universe, which is an important question. I just don't think it's the only question to ask.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. In context, Harry Potter does exist with a lightning bolt on his head. In right, the story, in context,
to extend that out to like religious stuff, right? It's like, then when we look at a story like Cain and Abel, and Cain having jealousy and killing Abel, you can ask the question, did it literally happen? And you might say no. But there's a different question as well. Did it happen in the story? Well, yes, Cain in the story did kill Abel. And then you can ask that in a broader question. Does that kind of transpose onto a lot of human relationships where we have jealousy and we have strife and we have fratricide and we will, kill each other as humans, and that is a relevant thing that happens throughout all of human history, right? Those are all each kind of on their own level.
Yeah, that's kind of the archetype. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah.
Right. So I'm not sure. I might have not proven to you the usefulness of archetypes. I understand that. It's a different question of whether you find them useful or not. But that's kind of that's the gist of, I think, at least what Peterson is talking about in these things. And that's why just to bring you in real quick, and also Marilyn as well, because she said, what did I miss? When Peterson is using the term hyper-real, he's not talking literal, because he might use that term again. He was saying that Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment is hyper-real in the sense that, so he's not actually a literal person, but he's like more real than if he was, because the story can easily be transposed onto so many Russians at the time that he becomes, the story of Raskolnikov becomes incredibly real to so many people, right?
He himself becomes a meta story. Like the character himself becomes a meta story, because then he starts to relate back to a bunch of real stories of Russian. And so that's why he's hyper real, because he's not only a character, but he's a meta representation of a bunch of people.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you can't say that he's hyper real. He's more real than someone who is actually real.
I think
I think there's an adjective hyper that I think you're conflating with being actually real. I don't think actually and hyper represent the same thing.
No, I'm saying hyper real is being more real than real, but you can't get more real than real.
I think you're punting to to an extreme like precedence on like physical things though. Like, and I don't want to like derail this too much, but like just as a brief question, right? Like, okay, so you in your hands, what is that, a cigarette you're holding?
Yes. Cigarette.
Okay, so you're holding a cigarette. Is that cigarette more real? Let's say, and I'm not trying to derail this, but then let's say 2 + 2 = 4. Is the cigarette more real? It's more physical, but would you say it's more real than 2 + 2 = 4?
No, real. This cigarette exists, and 2 + 2 = 4 exists. They're both equally real. You can't have metaphysically real or super real or.
Well, then in what way is when you say something is real, you mean it physically exists? In what way would you say like 2 + 2 = 4 is real? Like you can't hold it, you can't touch it. Yeah, it's not physical. The cigarette's in your fucking hand.
Yeah, but it exists as a concept.
Well, yes, so do all the stuff we mentioned, right?
Yeah, but you are saying there are levels to being real. You are saying ultra real and.
Well, no, we said hyper real. Hyper's a certain type of
hyper real. That's it. Yeah, either something is real or it is not. There are two levels. It is real or it is not real.
But you at least, but you I think you already agreed there's different levels of real, right? Because the cigarette is physically real. If I asked you, is 2 + 2 = 4, is that physically real? You should rightly say no, it's not physically real, right?
Yeah, it's not.
Right. So already there's multiple types of real that you agree with.
It's conceptually real.
Yeah. Right. So already there's physically real. You've already established then there's physically real and conceptually real.
Yeah.
So something is not just the binary of real or not. Something could be conceptually real but not physically real. It could be physically real but not conceptually real.
No, physically real and conceptually real will be under the thing of things that are real. And things that are not real are not real. So there's still only two things.
So I get
real and things that are not real.
I'm not sure if this helps, but then what is your definition of real? I guess because you were able to answer the question about Harry Potter, and so you knew that was in the context of the story. It's real that he has a lightning bolt scar, but only in the context of the story.
Yeah,
so it's like a nested reality.
Yeah, things that actually exist. That will be my definition of real. Things that exist. Harry Potter exists in the realm of the story. Yeah, he doesn't exist in real life.
Okay, so he does. So is Harry Potter conceptually real? Because he exists.
Real, yeah.
And does Harry Potter exist in the same way 2 + 2 = 4? Though I would say no.
Why?
So I think we're adding I mean, do you think he does? Do you like? I don't think we just invented 2 + 2 = 4. I think J.K. Rowling invented Harry Potter. I don't think we invented just the laws of math. I mean, we might have invented their formalization and stuff, but we didn't invent that.
But without the human brain, then conceptual things can't exist, can they? So Harry Potter and 2 + 2 = 4 exist in the conceptual realm, but they don't exist in the physical realm. There is two distinctions between conceptual and physical.
But okay, I'm sorry if I missed it. But do you really think that 2 + 2 = 4? Do you think that's just invented in the minds of humans? If there was no humans alive, would 2 + 2 still = 4? You would say no.
No, because we invented 2, and we invented 4, and we invented equals. So 2 + 2 = 4 doesn't mean anything outside of human minds. It's conceptual.
So that's conceptually true because we created 2 and we created 2. We also created plus. So everything's conceptual truth because it's all just a figment of our imagination.
Not everything. I'm saying physical things exist, but the conceptual things, yeah.
I struggle with that. Like, would you say like the laws of logic? If there was no humans alive, would the laws of logic cease to exist? Would they stop existing?
No, they will still be true. A will still be true.
So we just came up with a new category of true. That's not conceptual then, because you just said it's not based on human minds. It's not physical. So the laws of logic would be then a third. We're just like adding to the categories of what actually it means for something to be true or not.
No, I didn't say that. The laws of logic will still be true. A will still equal A.
That's what I'm saying. So that's not conceptually true anymore because it's not based on anyone's mind. That's my point.
Yeah, but physically, like if two stones existed in the universe, then two stones would still exist. So A equals A will still be. It wouldn't be a law because we wouldn't conceptualize it, but it will still be true.
Right, but do you see what I'm saying? So you said before it was only physically real things and conceptually. So we've at least moved to a third category. There's stuff that exists. You're holding a cigarette. That's in the physical world. J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter, and he has a Thunderbolt scar. That's conceptually true, and it's based on the human mind. And now you also say that the laws of logic exist, and those are not based on human minds. So we're already at three categories of what we mean when something is like real.
The laws are based on human minds, but the fact of the matter is not conceptual. The laws are conceptual.
Exactly. So the fact is not conceptual.
The laws are not conceptual.
Right. So the laws of logic in some ways is in a different level of reality than Harry Potter having a freaking scar on his forehead, right?
No.
You think those things are equally true?
No, logic exists that is factual. The laws of logic are conceptual. The laws of logic, we have to perceive them for them to be true. The fact that
you said the opposite though.
Is not conceptual because that will be true no matter what. If no human's mind existed in the universe, then A will still equal A.
Right, but if there was no humans in the universe, would Harry Potter still have a thunderbolt on his forehead? Probably not, right? That's my point. Yeah. So logic would still exist beyond that, right? And then you need humans to know about Harry Potter to know what his story is, and then beyond that, you have the physical world. So we're at like three levels of like what is actually like what we mean by real, and all three of those are like totally separate things, right?
No, what was the third one?
The physical. So the logical, the conceptual, and then the physical.
No,
right?
logical is not a third way.
But you define conceptual as being based on a human mind, but then you agree with me that logic would still exist. A still would equal A. We can't formalize it that way, but it's not like when all humans stop existing, all of a sudden logic just goes out the window and now things could just be and not be at the same time in the same way. It's not based on our minds, right? Whereas Harry Potter is very much based on our minds. That's all I'm trying to say. Those two things are different things.
Yeah, no, that is what I'm saying. Logic is physical. It's not physical, but it exists. Everything has to follow the laws of logic. But
I agree with you.
The laws of logic are conceptual. Without human minds, the laws of logic wouldn't exist.
Yeah, I agree. We couldn't like formalize them, but the laws would still exist. Like something can't both be true and not true in the same time in the same way. That's a sentence that I couldn't say if I wasn't alive, but the sentiment behind that exists without me saying it. It's not like if all humans stopped existing, then the actual laws of logic would still exist, even if we couldn't put them into words. They still exist. But that's different than the Harry Potter example or the Cain and Abel example, right? Where it's like that's based on human minds. And then that's still different than the physical example of like, is there a cigarette on the table? Is there not? So I guess my whole point is that we've talked about three different levels already of what we mean by true or false. So not only is it not a binary, there's at least three separate levels in which it could be a binary, right?
I'm not comparing logic exists, that will always exist whether human minds exist or not. The concept of the laws of logic would not exist without human minds, because
that's fine. But then I asked, if I ask, is logic true? Is logic real? You would say yes. Yeah. If I said, does Harry Potter have a scar on his forehead? You could also say yes on a conceptual level, but presumably you don't mean in the same way that when I asked the first question about logic. And when I asked the third question about do you have a cigarette or not, that's a physical question. Presumably you don't mean that in the same way as you mean logic exists, or in the same way that you mean that Harry Potter has a scar on his forehead. There are 3 different levels already that we've come to in this short period of time.
I do mean that the cigarette exists. It's a physical object that exists.
Right, but you presumably don't mean that in the same way that logic exists.
No, you're creating a distinction without a distinction. This cigarette exists. The laws of logic exist conceptually.
No. You just admitted the laws of logic don't admit conceptually. You said logic would even exist even if there was no humans around to perceive it.
Yeah.
Okay, so not conceptual then, not in the way that we were talking about before with like the narrative structure.
So if you can imagine a universe with 2 atoms in it, would those atoms exist?
Yes.
The laws of logic would exist in a universe with no human minds.
Yes. No, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I'm saying when there's different levels we look at, if we're talking about the Harry Potter example, right? I don't think it would make any sense to say that Harry Potter has a scar in his forehead in a universe where there's no humans, right? That wouldn't make any sense. The laws of logic would still make sense.
Yeah.
So that's what I kind of mean. So there's a difference between, but the laws of logic are also not physical. So that's what I mean by the 3 levels. There's the physical, there's the conceptual, and then there's now at least the logical. There could be more, but we've established there's at least 3. So when someone asks, like, is this real? It depends on what we mean by real on at least those 3 things, possibly more.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Yeah. Logical, physical, and conceptual. Yeah.
And good to see you, Topanga. And good thing Big Soda's not here because I have to like take a pee again real quick. Okay, so I'm sorry, guys.
Another one? I'm just kidding.
No, you don't even know. This is my first pee of the night, Topanga. This is actually my first pee. For real.
You probably got a jug underneath your desk.
It's the 3rd one.
No, Frankie. No, I forgot you were here. Okay, it's my first one. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. I can hear you still, so no talking about how small my bladder is.
He's probably got a jug underneath his desk. He's filled up.
Yeah.
Can I talk about how small your penis is? He gets silly.
Oh no, I have a micro weenie. Ask Topanga.
Yeah, it's super tiny.
Massive. Yeah.
Yeah, we're married.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was only joking. I don't mean to cause you in trouble.
All right, so like talking about archetypes, right? Like if we take King Arthur's archetype and we take Beowulf's archetype, right? Because those are the ones I mainly know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's Western culture, right? Like anybody can inspire to a King Arthur, and anybody can inspire to a Beowulf. So that archetype is, in a sense, most inside men. You know, King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, honor, courage, strength and determination and resilience. And Beowulf also honor, courage, strength, resilience.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if no one had wrote Beowulf, which is a fictional story, then no human minds that wrote it or read it would exist. Then would Beowulf exist?
If there was nobody in the universe,
the
universe would just be blank.
Then.
But like that's outside the realm though, because then I would say that you're going into Lovecraft territory. I say you're going to Lovecraft territory where there's nothing but cosmic horror.
But the person who wrote Beowulf had a human mind, that makes it conceptual, and the people that read Beowulf would have a human mind, that makes it conceptual as well.
Well, yeah, it will make it conceptual because it's what we relate to.
Yeah,
it's what we relate to, man. It's like I can relate to Beowulf. You can relate to Beowulf. Confluence can't relate to Beowulf because Confluence doesn't know what Beowulf is.
I know what Beowulf is.
Like for example, when Confluence said the book Ishmael, I was like, "Call me Ishmael." He really didn't know what I was saying.
Ishmael is from the Bible, isn't it?
Yeah, but like the first line of the book.
I thought that's from Moby Dick.
Yeah, that's what I got from it.
Wait, so then why are you saying that's Beowulf?
No,
what the fuck?
No, I'm saying the book you said Ishmael. I'm like, Ishmael.
Ishmael is from the Bible. It's not.
What does that have to do with Beowulf? You're not even talking about Beowulf. What the fuck?
Confluence, you're late for the party. You're late to the party, Confluence.
I could hear you. I heard Wild Heart say I have a micropene, and I heard Frankie, you say I have a micropene, and then Topanga said that Frankie, you do in fact have a micropene. I hear it all.
Sorry, I've never seen this penis. I don't know whether it's small or big.
Yeah, he like.
Well, check your DMs, Wild Heart. Check your DMs.
All right.
You have to tickle my weenie for it to get hard.
What?
And also, Wild Heart, they are actually married. I don't know if you thought that was a joke, but they are actually a married couple. Frankie and Topanga, the two other people on panel. That's not a joke.
What the guy above me and the woman below me?
Yes, we're actually married.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we're actually married.
Congratulations. Yeah.
We're having our second baby too.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I like that.
I am having our second baby.
Oh my Jesus! I'm the one who put it in you.
Pretty much do all the work.
I'm the one who put it in you, Topanga.
Oh, you got like 30 seconds of fun.
Hey, look!
30 seconds.
I got 3 minutes. I got 3 minutes, and then I'm done.
Okay, I'll give you like a minute and 27 seconds.
Hey, look! That's still a knockout.
You guys need a stopwatch, okay?
No.
I go before I was.
Ooh, yeah, I should do that. I should do a stopwatch and then send it to Confluence, send it to Jimbo, send it to Shallot.
God, no, send it to no one.
Confluence. So sidebar real quick. Topanga now likes Mike Israel.
No, I do not.
Do you?
No, I don't.
You recognized his superiority.
No, I did not. God, he's such a hairy, weird man.
He's like very non-hairy, at least on his head. Big Soda, I'm assuming this is you. Yeah, that's you. That's you. You get a freaking Ethernet cable, brother.
All right, can we play this thing? I'm on my phone. I'm trying to see this.
Sorry, I was P-coded. I was P-coded, okay? We're starting it again.
I know. Well, like I said, it could have been the case that.
No, I'm just kidding, Big Soda. I actually didn't pee.
Way back when it originated, that the first people that were described by the first person who generated the seeds of the Cain and Abel story were referring to actual people. But it doesn't matter because the text is being compressed and modified over a vast span of time, and it's accreted all sorts of meanings that certainly weren't part and parcel of whatever the original story was.
Let's take the point Alex was making. Within the confines of the story, Dostoevsky was a great writer. What makes you think the writers of Genesis were a great writer? I mean, who were they? We know nothing about them.
Moses wrote the book of Genesis, you idiot!
Because I think I understand.
Calm down. Calm down,
Frankie. What it points to. I think the idea, for example, that Cain and Abel
about to pull out the puppet.
Are emblematic of two opposed patterns of adaptation to the world is brilliant. It's almost brilliant beyond imagining, especially because the story is so insanely compressed. And it's certainly evident to me as a clinician that the patterns that are portrayed in the story of Cain and Abel play themselves out in the real world continually and terribly.
You think the author of that story in Genesis was a literary genius?
Oh my God! Really? He literally just said something. You just
literary genius
you just threw it away with nothing.
Millennia crafting that story so that it has almost an infinite depth. How that relates to the original author or sequential authors, I don't know, because it's lost in the seeds of time. It's lost in history.
So the story evolved. You're saying it's the story
like a meme. Yes,
well, that's interesting.
It evolved to match the contours of the human memory. That's exactly it, is that these stories, that's part of their archetypal nature. So they have a emotional and motivational expression, but as they propagate across time, they also evolve, so they're maximally memorable. And they're maximally memorable for a biological reason.
Well, that's very interesting.
Can I just say that Jordan Peterson speaks a lot of bullshit? Yeah.
What did you hear that's bullshit, would you say?
He speaks a lot of bullshit.
Can you give an example of that bullshit, though?
Go into detail.
Yeah, the last 30 seconds would demonstrate that.
No, but like, can you summarize? Like, what part do you think is bullshit?
No, because I can't understand what he's saying. That makes
Just because you can't understand it doesn't make it bullshit, though, if you think about it.
No, it kind of does. Yeah, if an English-speaking person can't understand what he's saying, that kind of makes it bullshit.
What? Then that means anytime I listen to any like higher level math stuff, auto bullshit.
Like,
there are times I can't understand you, wild heart. Does that mean you're bullshit?
No, play the last 30 seconds again and tell me that is not bullshit.
All right, will do.
Lost in authors, I don't depth. Lenya crafting that story so that it has almost an infinite depth. How that relates to the original author or sequential authors, I don't know, because it's lost in the seeds of time. It's lost in in history.
So the story evolved. You're saying the story
like a meme.
Yes, well, that's interesting.
It evolved to match the contours of the human memory. That's exactly it. It's these stories, that's part of their archetypal nature. Like emotional and motivational expression.
I need to hear what's bullshit.
Bullshit.
Is this the part you think is bullshit, Wildheart? Because I could explain this very easily.
Yeah. Right.
No, okay. All he's saying here is that these stories, right, they change over time, especially like old historical works that we have. They change and they're modified over time. They evolve with us to match something that the human psychology is going through.
And also,
so it's a bit of a selection effect when it's like when someone makes a story, especially back in the day when like it was very hard to, you had to copy stuff by hand, right? This was like way before any type of printing press, right? So you had to have scribes copy shit by hand. Papyrus and all that shit was expensive. And so if someone was going to put the effort into it, it was a meaningful story. That's one part of it. The second part of it is that, yeah, the story, a lot of these stories have changed and adapted as we have evolved as humans. And so they have, so that's what part of, I think I'm saying what Peterson is saying. Do you think anything I'm saying is bullshit?
Yeah, but you are interpreting what people, just rewind it and play what Peterson is actually saying, and I'll point out.
I think I'm literally saying what he said, just in like simpler words. But we'll run it back. We'll run it back again.
Yeah.
I think that there's a spirit of literary genius at work across millennia, crafting that story so that it has almost an infinite depth. How that relates to the original author.
Okay, do we get, we're going to go piece by piece. Do we get that at least? That this is what I was saying, that stories get crafted over a long period of time, right? Depending on like what people find meaningful and not meaningful. Do we agree with this so far?
Spirit of an infinite depth. No, I don't agree with that.
You don't think the Bible has an infinite depth?
Define infinite depth.
Okay, so maybe that's
bullshit.
Sorry, go ahead, Big Soda.
I was just going to say I would define a nearly infinite depth of him explaining how these particular stories have related to humans through multiple, well, I guess two millennia, and how people can still find it relatable as it represents kind of the meme of Christianity.
So that's an infinite depth.
Yeah, infinite in the sense that, yeah, and I would say it's infinite in the sense that the more humans they are, any human can kind of go to these stories and probably find some value in them. And it might not be the exact same value for every person, but there's a reason these stories that are, like 5,000, 6,000 years old stand the test of time, because I think people routinely keep going back to them in the same way that right now, if we all read Nietzsche, we would all probably find some value in Nietzsche if we were trying to. And so, it's like we would all get depth. We could repeat, and that could probably go on for eons and eons of humanity going back to Nietzsche and finding depth in Nietzsche. So I think that's all he's saying there.
So humans reading something and getting different meanings out of it. How is that infinite depth?
Well, it's infinite based on the number of people, right? It's like that. Well, it's
It's not infinite. The number of people.
He's saying near infinite because it's beyond him to count how many people actually did this. So he's using a kind of placeholder like near infinite to describe a plethora of people, too many to count, and I guess their relationship with the stories inside the Bible.
We also can't prove Wildheart that it's not infinite, because people are still getting meaning to this day out of these stories. So
no,
you
it's
can
not
maybe
meaning, you're saying that humans are infinite.
No, I'm not. Well, no, I'm saying that. Okay, infinity means different stuff. First of all, even mathematically, infinity means different stuff in different contexts, right? That's for sure, right? There's different levels of infinity. Infinity has different meanings, right? But right now, it's like I think we're in a place where it's like I can read. I've done this myself. I read, let's say, the creation account, and I've maybe gotten 10 different things out of it, let's say. And I could, if I read it again, I could maybe get 11, maybe 12. And Big Soda, maybe he can do the same thing, and another human can do the same thing. It seems like it is. It seems like there's not an end to it of what people can gain from the text.
That still wouldn't be infinite, would it? Infinite means
it would be near infinite.
Yeah, but he didn't say near infinite. He said infinite.
He did. If you rewind it, he said near infinite.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. Actually, I'm not sure on this. So we'll go back once more.
To the world is brilliant. It's almost brilliant beyond imagining, especially because the story is so insanely compressed. And it's certainly evident to me as a clinician that the patterns that are portrayed in the story of Cain and Abel play themselves out in the real world continually and terribly.
You think the author of that story in Genesis was a literary genius?
I think that there's a spirit of literary genius at work across millennia, crafting that story so that it has almost an infinite depth.
Oh, Big Soda's right. Big Soda's right. Almost an infinite depth. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree defeats on that one. He did say almost infinite there. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll keep.
How that relates to the original author or sequential authors, I don't know, because it's lost in the seeds of time. It's lost in history.
So the story evolved. You're saying the story
like a meme.
Yes, well, that's interesting.
It evolved to match the contours of the human memory. That's exactly it. Is that these stories? That's
okay. Do we disagree on this, Wildheart? That stories can evolve to match the contours of human memory. Do you detect bullshit in that?
Yes, because the story, if it matches to human memory, and if human memory changes it, then the story isn't the same story anymore. I do disagree with that. Yeah.
It does change the details, correct. The story is no longer the story, but still the meta archetype behind the story still remains the same.
It's not the same story, is it?
But it wouldn't have to be. Because the best way to explain this, if you look at Christianity, if you look at Christianity and then you look at the Lion King, they're both telling the same story of the prodigal son, and the archetype would be the prodigal son.
But if the story changes due to human minds, then it's no longer the same story, is it?
But that's not what he's arguing. He's arguing the archetype stays the same. The meme stays the same.
No.
What do you mean? No. You
just said
no, as you disagree, or no, that's not what he's doing.
Yeah. Can you play it back, please?
Well,
wait, what did you say?
So what he's arguing is, I thought he asked me to repeat, but I could have heard wrong.
Oh, sorry. Did you? I didn't hear Wildheart.
Yeah,
if you asked to repeat, then sorry for interrupting.
Well, I guess
did you ask Big Soda to repeat? Is that what happened?
Oh yeah, can you?
We're in a Mexican standoff.
Yeah. He's not arguing that the story's remaining the same or that the story, I guess, itself is important. What he's arguing is that there's an archetype behind the story that remains the same, even though the story grasps around.
So if the story doesn't,
I was just going to say that the story grasps around humankind, so it alters as humankind alters, but the archetype behind the story is still there.
Yeah, so if the story changes, it's not the same story, is it?
See, I actually think I don't. So me and Big Soda, maybe we are maybe we are differently understanding Peterson here, which Peterson's off to do this. I understand that, but I would take what Peterson's saying at this moment to be talking about how these stories, they first had like an oral, probably passed down like every like ancient story did, and they eventually get like codified in text. And I would think that that's what I think of when he talks about the kind of evolving nature of it. So I don't see it as like the story changing. I see it as like what someone originally tells an oral tale that sticks with people, and they refine it as they evolve and as they grow and as they learn, and it eventually gets codified in what we now know as Cain and Abel. And once it's codified in the actual text, now that's kind of a more stable story because it's been written down. Now it's transcribed by different scribes throughout history, right? And maybe there's some deviation there, but in general, I think what he's saying is that process of someone originally, because most people in ancient times, right, with stories, it's not like the first story you hear gets written down, right? You look at like even like Native American traditions, right? A lot of it is like oral storytelling. It gets refined over the years. It does in a way evolve over the years and eventually gets codified at some point. But before that, it is a kind of moving, alive story that is evolving into the present form that it's in now.
Yeah,
I don't think we necessarily disagree as much, because I guess the way I was thinking it, if you tell a 30-minute story of Cain and Abel, and then I tell a 25-minute story of Cain and Abel, in essence, I guess I am telling a more altered version, which would, I guess, be synonymous with change, but we'd be telling the same story, yet I guess you would have had more detail, where mine would rely on less detail, but it would still be representing the same story.
So the story changes. Yeah.
I don't know.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that, Wildheart, but I don't think that's true. I don't think that's actually true.
If I read 100, I was just going to say, if I read 199 pages of Harry Potter and I don't read the 200th page, am I telling a totally different story?
No.
Okay. And that's kind of what I mean by it. Is that just
you just said it in two different ways, not you in particular, but the two people that were talking, you just said in two different ways that the story changes based on conceptual imagination of the stories.
go ahead.
Yeah,
the baseline, I think, of the actual archetype, like if we just look at it, Cain killed Abel. I think that was probably in the original oral account of that story, right? That was transmitted through generations. Again, this is how like all stories work that eventually get written down back in the day, right? All of it started from oral tradition, gets eventually codified. So the original thing, yeah, probably Cain killed Abel. Some of the details, yes, probably evolved to be the most important story. Yes, you keep hitting that as if that's like some defeater. I don't see that as a defeater.
It's not a defeater. I'm just pointing out that the story changed.
Right. Okay. But it's okay. Yeah. If you don't see it as a defeater, because again, when Peterson was talking in this segment, right, he's saying that the story evolves. So if you're saying the story changes, brother, we're saying the same thing, right? A story evolving, a story changing, it's the same thing. But it sounds the way, maybe I'm misreading you, but it sounds like when you say the story changes, you're saying that it's like either fundamentally changing or it somehow annuls the argument that Jordan Peterson is making. I can't even really steelman either of those cases, because he is saying the story has evolved into the current form it is now. So to have evolution is to have change. So at some point something is changing, and that's not like that's not a counter against what he's saying, right?
No, let's carry on with what he's saying, because I might have misunderstood it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Part of their archetypal nature, like, so they have a emotional and motivational expression, but as they propagate across time, they also evolve, so they're maximally memorable, and they're maximally memorable for a biological reason.
Well, that's very interesting. If they really did evolve over time, if you could actually trace successive manuscripts, you can't do that. I mean, there's presumably a couple of Hebrew.
Okay, this is Dawkins just not understanding how oral transmission works. Okay, this is a L Dawkins. Okay, I just explained that this like every ancient text is orally spoken before it's written down. That's how like literally every single ancient text has ever worked. Okay,
exactly.
And the Greek one. And I mean, what do you mean when you say it evolved?
Well, I would say you can see that in the compilation of the biblical texts, because one of the things that you see evolve, and you criticized the biblical text at one point. Correct me if I've got this wrong, because I don't want to get this wrong. You said that there isn't anything in the biblical text that constitutes, let's say, significant original discovery, which is something that you'd expect if it was of divine providence, let's say, divine providence. And so, and I think, I was thinking about that objection, and I think that one of the discoveries that the text lays bare in an insanely brilliant manner is that the foundation of the community is sacrifice, that's an appropriate conceptualization. And you can see the concept of sacrifice evolve across the biblical texts as they're sequenced chronologically in the overall story that makes up the biblical text. The idea of sacrifice becomes more and more sophisticated. It's more and more elaborated. It's more and more specified. It's more and more embodied. There's an obvious progression in ideas.
The progression, where do you see that progression? In successive manuscripts? Or
It's in the successive stories as the text progresses. The way a novel progresses.
So something like sacrifice in the Old Testament. Sacrifice in the Old Testament.
No, through the entire,
all the way through.
Yeah, do we all agree we see this we do see the concept of sacrifice change dramatically through not only from Old Testament to New Testament, but even from like the Torah to the Tonic and to the intertestamental period, and then to the New Testament, right? The concept of what a sacrifice means, what it does.
It does change because people added to it. Like if you go on through the ages, the people who wrote the 66 books of the Bible added to what was written before. Yeah, so it does change.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I would say it's more of a. I don't want to. I'm not trying to quibble with you for real. I'm just like when you say added to it, do you mean sequentially? Because what I would say is like you have the Torah and then you have like the next books, but I don't think they're going back and modifying the Torah and adding to the Torah once the Torah is like set in stone. Like, are we saying the same thing or?
Yeah, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John do definitely add to the Torah. They are making all the prophecies come true because of what they're writing.
Kind of, yes. The Torah though is the Pentateuch. Is just the first like 5 books though.
Yeah.
So like the Torah happens, and then you have a bunch of other books.
Yeah, I'm just saying that everything that came after that is adding to the story.
Okay, yeah, so not changing. Okay, I agree with this.
Yeah.
Anson,
that is how sequels work.
This is an insane. This is so much insane stuff that is going on in this one message.
Read it.
And also, it's a Bonnie Blue. I think that's Bonnie Blue or Lily Phillips or one of the two. I'm not sure which. I'd love to be more active on your stream tonight, but Grid's actually streaming. He's doing his neocon apologist tap dance. He's practically fingering Trump's backside with his tongue. Okay, so
that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if that's locked behind the Patreon, I'll I won't pay for it. Actually, no, I won't.
Yeah,
I won't.
I'm not gonna
the
pay
curiosity killed the cat. Okay, for real.
The text is a sacrificial story as well. The Passion story is a story of sacrifice.
It is
and
indeed.
The sacrificial motif recurs continually through the biblical text, and it's elaborated constantly. And
okay, so the criticism is the Bible as a text gives us nothing to indicate that it has divine origin. There's nothing that we can read in it where we think there's no way this idea could have evolved were it not divinely put into this text. That's a criticism that perhaps Professor Dawkins made in the past.
Well, I think it's reflective of some order.
Wait.
That's
Okay,
so
sorry.
profound.
This is kind of a bit of a side question, but directly related to what they talked about. I guess I know Wildheart, you're not a Christian, but I guess the Daily Shocker, fuck off with your name, Big Soda, and Frankie. Do we agree with this? Because I would say no. When I think the Bible, and I know Wild Heart, I know this might annoy you, but I don't think the Bible could have naturally fully evolved. I think that there is parts of the Bible that have inspiration.
It necessarily must have naturally evolved, because do you believe the Bible was written by human beings?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, then it must necessarily have naturally evolved.
Well, no. I think that every human being, including you, Wild Heart, I think that you can experience the divine. And so what I think happened with the biblical writings is I think there are humans that experienced the divine and wrote what I would call inspired texts. That's what I would say. So the fact that it's written by humans doesn't mean it had to evolve.
Yeah, but it's naturally evolving because it was written by humans, which are natural, aren't you?
I feel like you didn't address what I just said, though.
Any story has naturally. I don't think any story has naturally evolved. I don't know. The word naturally is throwing me off. So. I guess what do we mean by natural?
If human beings
without any God influence, human beings are not just natural, though. This is a divide between us, I think. Wild Heart.
Right. So if human beings are natural and human beings wrote the Bible, which we both agree on, then
I don't agree on that. I don't agree on that first premise. So that's a good syllogism, but I actually don't agree on that first premise. I don't think humans are natural. I think humans are a mix of natural and preternatural is the best word I could say. So something that
natural. I've never heard of that before.
It's kind of like supernatural with being less certain of it. So preternatural is it seems to go beyond kind of the functions of nature. So I don't think that you and me sitting here right now, Wild Heart, I don't think that we're just in the same way that animals are naturally evolved. I don't think we are that. I do think we have maybe we've evolved the capacity. I'm not denying that, but we have some capacity to communicate with something outside of ourselves. Something that I would call God.
So you don't think that human beings are natural? Is that what
they're not fully natural? They're natural and they're beyond natural.
They're natural and beyond natural.
Yes. So I do think that I have a mom and my mom has a mom and my mom's mom has a mom, et cetera, all the way down the line. But I think that, yes, I think humans can communicate with some reality outside of themselves.
So you are saying that humans are both natural and non-natural at the same time?
Yes.
Wow.
So so our biology is natural, right? I'm not saying there's anything intrinsically magical in our DNA, but I think that, and I'm agnostic on if it's we have developed enough of a brain to do this, but I think we can communicate with things beyond ourselves in a way that animals and plants and fucking rocks and shit can't.
I don't know. Rocks maybe can.
Maybe rocks. The Wild Heart, your head is in your hands. So tell me how I'm retarded. I won't be offended, I promise.
Because you said that humans are both natural and non-natural at the same thing. They can either be one or the other.
No, you keep going to black and white thinking. This is a pattern I've kind of noticed. When I say natural, I feel like I've explained it right there. Humans are biological. Again, my parents had parents. Those parents had parents. I understand, right? How it goes back. I'm not denying. I'm not saying I was specially created or anything like that. But I'm saying at a certain point, we have developed some type of sentience and consciousness, and I think we can now interact with some again, what I called preternatural. If you want to replace supernatural, you can, but just know that I see that term slightly differently, but that's fine. Yeah. Does that kind of make sense? Can you imagine a being that evolves naturally? So it is natural. The physicality of the being is naturally. But even if consciousness is an emergent brain property, then that consciousness could then intervene with something outside of itself. We could kind of transcend our physicality in some way. Do you at least admit that's possible? Because you're acting like what I'm saying is a contradiction of terms, and it's actually definitionally not.
No. something can be natural or not natural. That's a direct logical negation.
It's not a direct. It's no.
It's either natural or it is not natural. It can't be both. It can be natural.
That's the logical equivalent of saying a cat either has to have whiskers or it has to be a mammal. That's like actually just a logical fallacy. A cat can both have whiskers and it can. So I'm saying humans are both natural and they are preternatural.
So they're natural and non-natural.
No, they're not. No, they are natural and there's something beyond the natural. And that's totally possible. There's no logical contradiction there. There absolutely isn't.
So beyond the natural.
In the same way, cats are felines. That's probably a better example. Cats are felines and cats are also mammals. Those are just different categories. Humans are natural. Humans are also something beyond the natural.
Right, so they're both non-natural and natural at the same time.
No, that would be like say a cat. Again, reckon with my analogy. Can a cat be both a feline and a mammal at the same time?
Yeah, but they are not direct, not logical negations. What you said was direct logical negation.
Why? If I'm saying a human is both natural and preternatural,
you can either be natural or non-natural. They are direct logical negations.
Can you be natural and also supernatural? To use that term, why not? What about those things contradict?
Because if you are supernatural, then you are not natural. If you are
that's not the case. That's why I tried to use the term preternatural. Those terms are not in direct contradiction.
Right. Can you be natural and what did you say?
I said preternatural, but if you don't like that term, we could use supernatural, although there's caveats there.
Yeah, so you are either one or the other. They are direct.
Why? That would be like saying a cat has to be a feline or a mammal, and it can't be both.
No,
why can't it be both?
No, that's different because mammal defines something that has mammary glands that gives milk to the young, and feline defines a cat, so he can be both a feline and a mammal at the same time.
Okay, so that's great.
You can't be both natural and not natural.
I agree. I'm not saying I'm not. That's why I use the term preternatural. Okay, so maybe a different term that might help. I don't know if it helps. Would be supranatural. Okay, so supranatural connotes that you're still natural. You're also going beyond the natural. In the same way that a cat is a feline, it also goes beyond that. It's also a mammal. It's a degree of specificity.
It's not a feline. And
you're acting like the terms I'm using are in direct contradiction. I don't agree. That's at least not how I'm using those terms.
Right. If you are supernatural, then that means you are not natural, doesn't it?
No, that's not what that means. That's not what that means.
Yeah, if you are supernatural, then you are not natural.
No, if you were like a natural or non-natural, then that's fine.
Yeah. So what is the difference between natural and supernatural?
Okay, I don't know if this helps, but let's say someone is like, there's like trans people, right? Is a trans person, would you say they're still a person? Yeah, they're still a person, right? They're also a trans person. It's a
qualifier.
It's a qualifier. You're adding a prefix onto the thing. You're implying that the person has the quality of which trans bestows, in that case, right? A conflict with your born sex and your assigned or your preferred gender, right? So that's all I'm trying to say. I'm saying I don't deny.
It's not between transsexual and transgender.
Trans means man.
I didn't say anything about that. I said a person and a trans person. Just because someone's a trans person, it doesn't mean they're no longer a person anymore. They're still a person.
Yeah.
Right. They could also be a trans person. So in the same way, you could be natural,
But
and you could also be supra or preternatural.
Rather than changing the terms, can someone be natural and supernatural at the same time?
Yes, although again, I prefer to use the term preternatural, but yes.
Or can a person be natural and preternatural at the same time?
Yes.
Right. So what is the difference between natural and preternatural?
So I think the natural, when we're talking about in the same way with that trans is a prefix modification, right, of the term person, right? I would say that what do you mean it's not? What do you mean it's not? It just actually. What do you mean?
You mean transcendent, whereas trans means transsexual.
No, it means transgender. He's just talking loosely about transgender.
Yeah, but you're saying it means transcendent.
I'm not saying it means transcendent. I'm just saying that a person and a trans person, they're both still people, but one has a qualifier at the top, right? A prefix that modifies what's happening, and it can change the meaning. So maybe I'm the one confusing things. All I'm trying to say is that humans can be fully natural from their biological point of view, but then when it comes to the degree of consciousness that they possess, I think they can access realms that are beyond the natural. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right. So the natural can be supernatural at the same time.
It's not something can be both natural and supernatural. Yes, something can be natural and supernatural at the same time.
And supernatural at the same time.
Yes, there's no logical contradiction there.
Right. So what is the distinction between natural and supernatural?
So supernatural would be what goes beyond the natural. So again, that's why I brought up the feline cat thing.
So then, as soon as you are supernatural, you wouldn't be natural anymore because it goes what is beyond the natural.
No, that would be like saying a trans person isn't a person anymore. That's not how that works, right? Trans is a prefix that means like to go beyond, right? A trans person is still a type of person.
So it can't be natural and beyond the natural.
No, it's not. It's not non-natural. It's supernatural. It goes beyond what is natural, right?
You're confusing supernatural with artificial.
So if something goes beyond the natural, then it's not natural, is it? Because it goes beyond the natural.
That's not true. That's not true. You were trying to make that seem like that's a logical inconsistency. It's not. It's not. Just in the same way, I'm a graduate student, I could also be a postgraduate student. Post meaning after, right? Those things aren't in contradiction. You can be two things. You can be a subset, and you can be the set that contains the subset.
Then you would mean two things by graduate and postgraduate. That would mean two things. Natural and supernatural.
Do those
two different things? You can't be both at the same time.
So what? Wait. So in what world? How can you be a postgraduate and a graduate, but you're saying you can't? That doesn't apply to any other case. That one case you'll accept. You won't accept any of the other cases.
Right. How can you be natural and supernatural?
That's not an answer to my question, though. If you think about it,
there wouldn't be a distinction between the two, would there? If natural,
is there a distinction between graduate and postgraduate? Is there a distinction?
Yes.
One goes after the other. One has a prefix modifier that changes it.
Yes, a graduate.
Right, but you can be a graduate and a postgraduate at the same time, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You can be both of those at the same time.
Right, but there is a distinction there, isn't there?
There's yes, just like there's a distinction between supernatural and natural, but you can be both at the same time.
No, you can't be natural and supernatural.
Go back, please. Please explain why you can't be a grad and a postgrad at the same time. And if you're saying you can be, why does it work in your mind for that one, but it doesn't work in my example?
let's stick to natural and supernatural. If
No,
you're
let's not.
supernatural,
Let's not.
then
Let's
you are no
not.
longer
Because you
natural.
notice this in other prefixes that you happen to just arbitrarily accept, but when it comes to the prefixes I use, then you don't want to accept them. And I have a problem with that.
If you are supernatural, you are no longer natural.
You've said that
Because
before.
then you will
That's
be
like
natural.
saying if you're a post grad, you're no longer a grad. No, you can be two things. It's called a
you'll be
set and a
natural.
subset. That's how words work.
So how do you tell the distinction between someone who is supernatural and someone who is natural if they both have the same properties?
They don't have the same properties. Okay, so okay,
Right, so
forget-
they're different. So if you're supernatural, you are no longer natural.
no, okay.
Well,
Let me
does a
try to.
post-grad and a graduate both have the same properties?
No. No, they don't.
Okay, so
But
they
they
have to
both share the
explicitly be.
properties. They both share the properties of
Postgraduate
having
has
a
different
graduate degree, right? Wildheart, right?
No, a postgraduate has different properties to a graduate.
But they both share the properties of having a graduate degree, right?
Yeah, but the postgraduate would make them
Okay.
different.
No, but hold
Yeah.
on. So they both, a post-grad and a graduate, they both share the properties of having a grad degree. So that's all I'm trying to say, is that both
so the
people...
postgraduate has more than the graduate.
Right. So in a human and an animal, I would say the animal is fully naturalistic. A human is also naturalistic. So they share that property of both being naturalistic, but the human has something more than the animal. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, humans are animals.
Yes, but are they more than just animals?
Yeah, in the same way post-grads have grad degrees, right? I feel like
We are just animals.
That's like saying a
Yeah, oh, they were
post-grad is
just
just a
animals.
grad, though. You can, I understand if you believe that, Wildheart, but you can't posit a logical contradiction where there is no logical contradiction present. Right? And you already agreed with the post-grad and grad. They both have the commonality of having a graduate degree. One of them has a post-grad. I'm saying with humans and animals, they both are naturalistic. One of them has the property of being supernatural.
So why would you call a postgraduate the same as the graduate? There must be a distinction there. That means
There is there's a distinction. I'm just saying they both have a grad degree. So I would say humans are naturalistic in the same way that the post-grad has a grad degree, right? But there's something that the post-grad degree person has that the grad degree person doesn't have, in the same way that humans have something that animals don't have, which I would say is the ability to communicate with something outside of ourselves in some type of immaterial way.
Gorillas and several other monkey species have the same ability.
To communicate with the divine? I mean, brother, that's...
gorillas. They taught gorillas to like speak in text. Yeah.
Is that communicating with the
He's
divine?
not talking about communicating.
Yes, that is communication. Not the divine, but you're claiming the divine.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's how I'm defining what I'm talking about, right? I'm saying that humans have DNA. In that sense, they're natural. But in another sense, they can communicate with something outside themselves. That's my hypothesis. Again, I'm not asking you to accept that. You're saying that's a logical contradiction. It's just absolutely not a logical contradiction.
I'm not saying that. But do you believe that humans are animals?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how you define animal, but yeah, under the scientific nomenclature of what an animal is, yes.
Yeah. Right, so what is your distinction?
I think they go beyond animals. I think they're animals that have evolved to a point that they can now communicate with something outside of themselves in an immaterial way.
Yeah, so you're saying that some humans have the ability to contact God.
I think all humans have the ability, but yes.
Yeah, but you're posing that God exists. Can you demonstrate that or give any evidence for it?
No, but I feel like you're well. I mean, it's a different conversation. I'm just the initial reason for this talk was that you said it it was logically impossible for me to maintain that humans can both be naturalistic and punt beyond that. So the whole point of this is to say they can.
Yeah, no, I still stick to that. They can't be natural and supernatural. Because supernatural has something extra than natural. So they can't
does a
be both.
post-grad and a grad, though, if you think about it, right? Post-grad and grad has the same thing, right?
Natural, listen, natural will be less than supernatural, wouldn't it?
And grad is less than fucking post-grad, brother. I don't know how many times I have to say that. For real. I don't know how many times I have to say that, right? You need a grad degree to get a post-grad. They're different distinctions, but every post-grad has a grad degree. Does that make sense?
So can you be natural and supernatural at the same time? Or can you be supernatural and natural at the same time?
Yes, in the same way you can have a post-grad degree and have a graduate degree. What the fuck is happening?
If you are supernatural, then you are above the natural. So you can't be both at the same time.
A post-grad is above a grad degree. Do you understand that? Do you get that? Do you agree with me on that? Please, Christ on a bike, do you agree with me? Post-grad is above a grad degree. Do you agree with that? They both require a grad degree. Am I saying something fucking insane right now?
No, but I'm going the other way. Is a graduate the same as a super graduate?
There's no such thing as a super graduate.
You're claiming that super graduates don't exist. What the
fuck? No. No.
I don't think that's a common adjective used to describe graduate.
So does a super graduate have the same distinctions as a graduate?
So, someone who's beyond a graduate and is a graduate are both graduates.
Yeah, but they're not super graduates, are they?
Well, super would describe the beyond.
I don't know what that fucking means in the super graduate. The analogy is postgraduate. I don't know what.
Postgraduate. Sorry.
I mean. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something else. But yes.
So is a graduate the same as a postgraduate?
No, but again, all postgraduates have a graduate degree. That's not a logical contradiction.
Yeah, so postgraduates are the same as graduates, but graduates aren't the same as postgraduates, are they?
No, none of them are the same. A postgraduate, the set of all graduate students contains the subset of postgraduate students. That is true.
Yeah, but graduates are...
So the set of all natural beings contains the set of supernatural beings in the same way.
Is there a distinction between graduates and postgraduates?
Yes, the distinction is what I just said, right?
So not all graduates are postgraduates, are they?
Yes.
Yeah, all graduates are postgraduates.
No. What you said before. You were right before. What you just said previous to that. Not all graduates are postgraduates. So in the example, not all people of the animalistic, naturalistic sphere are preternatural or supernatural or can contain or contend with the divine. A subset of them can. Those I'm positing are human beings.
So they're different. So natural people are different from supernatural people.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying because a bacteria is natural, right? Like a fucking hawk is natural. I'm saying humans are also natural, and so we're still talking about like graduate degrees. But I think humans, once you become a human, let's say, then you're kind of like a post-grad, to use the analogy, where now I think you can communicate with the divine and you have like more stuff open to you in a way that like a fucking beetle doesn't.
Right, so I'm a human. Would you say that I am superhuman as well?
I think you have the ability, yes, to contact the supernatural. Yes.
He said a superhuman.
Yeah, not I wouldn't say superhuman, but but yes. Yes, I think you are like part animal and part angel, to use an analogy. I think I stole from C.S. Lewis just off the dome right there.
I am both human and what's the other word? I am both human and
animal
supernatural as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you have
Natural.
So when I say you have the ability, I don't mean you just like could in a hypothetical world. I mean you contain the ability right now to have some interaction with the divine. And so I would say you're qualitatively different from, let's say, a dung beetle. That's what I would say.
But containing the ability is not the same as having the ability. So am I both human and
I think you have both though. You contain the ability and you have the ability. You might not use it. I'm not sure, but that's you have.
Why would there be a distinction between human and non-human?
Well, because I don't think like a beetle has the capacity to commune with things like spiritually outside itself.
Yeah, but the possibility that I could do that doesn't mean that I am that thing.
Well, no, I mean, no. It's like you have like a prefrontal cortex, right? You could use it, you could not use it. You still have that thing, right? You have legs. Let's say you could choose not to walk. You still have the legs. Maybe you never stand up. I don't know, but you have the legs, right? You could stand up, and that puts you in a different category of things that have fucking legs.
So if I could use that possibility, and I don't use that possibility, there is still a distinction between human and supernatural human.
Yeah, and well, in the same way that if you're like a paraplegic or you are you yourself, right? You could stand up. You have that ability. The paraplegic can't stand up, so I would say that's as good as analogy that I'm able to come up with right now.
Yeah,
but
therefore, he will be a paraplegic and not a paraplegic. Which is being a human and not a human being.
No.
If I am a supernatural human being, then I'm not a human being. I'm a supernatural human being. Otherwise, there would be no distinction.
Well, you see the problem with that? You still said you're a human being. You just added a qualifier to the beginning of human being.
Yeah, because that's what he's doing. Oh, this is so fucking simple.
You're the thing is you're asking a different question now.
If I'm a human being, if someone is a human being and they're a superhuman being.
Stop saying superhuman. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
What did he say?
Every like supernatural, like I think every human has supernatural capacities inside of them.
So either I am a natural human being or I am a supernatural.
No, there's no in my mind. No, what I'm saying is that there's no such thing as a truly naturalistic human being. I think by definition, if you're a human being, you have the ability and the components inside you necessary to punt and communicate with immaterial things beyond yourself. That's what I'm saying. I understand you might not believe that.
So you're saying that all human beings are supernatural human beings?
Yes, they're all both naturalistic, and I also think they are supernatural. Although, again, I will say I prefer the word preternatural because supernatural gets a bit confusing because you could say an angel is a supernatural being and it's not in the subset of humans. But that's why I said preternatural. But yes, you as a human, you have capacities that an animal does not have in terms of reaching a higher spiritual dimension, some other form of living, what I would call God, what you can call whatever your heart desires to call.
Right, so all human beings are supernatural human beings.
Sure, yes.
Yeah. So every human being is supernatural.
Right, but humans are still natural, right? On our biology, we're still natural. That's what I. Yes.
So they're natural and supernatural.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you agree with me or if you're giving up on me, which I'm not sure. But
yeah, kind of giving up on you because they're mutually exclusive. You can't be natural and supernatural at the same time.
Right, just like you can't be a grad and a post grad. I guess I feel like I've tried to paint so many examples, and just like somehow they're not working.
Yeah, you can't be supernatural and natural at the same time. If you're supernatural, then you're not natural anymore, are you?
I agree. In the same way that once someone gets a post grad, they no longer graduated before. I agree with you. Actually, you can't actually be those two things are in contradiction. If you go beyond one, you can't have the other one. You fucking lose the other one.
If you go
Why not?
Postgraduate is a graduate. A graduate is not a postgraduate.
Exactly. So just
the same argument applies.
Yes, follow that analogy. So if you're naturalistic, it doesn't necessitate that you have supernatural characteristics or preternatural. But if you are preternatural as a human, then you have those naturalistic capabilities. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. The same thing you just said, just apply the metaphor and you fucking got it, okay? You fucking got it. Just apply the metaphor. Please.
I don't like metaphors. You're saying that every human
that's the fucking problem.
It's better human being. Every
human beings, yes.
They have the potential to be, but that's different from being.
No, being. Every human has in the same way that I would say every human has a heart, every human has the capacities, the kind of spiritual organs to interact with divinity.
No, you're saying that every human has a heart, therefore every human has the potential to have a heart.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So there's a distinction.
I'm saying in the same way that every human has a heart, I think that every human has an organ. I know you don't like metaphors, but an organ that they can use to interact with God.
So every human potentially has the metaphorical heart to have.
No, it's not just metaphorical. In the same way that humans literally have a heart. Every human literally has a heart. I think every human literally has a metaphorical organ that they are communicating with the divine with. It's not just a potential. I'm not saying humans have to reach a certain point to get a heart. Every human is born with a physical heart. And I'm saying in the same way, every human is born with the same type of organ in a different way that they can like interact with God.
Different way. Explain different way.
Different way, as in it's the physical heart is physical, and I think.
So I was born with the heart that is non-physical. That's weird.
I mean, it's an analogy, though. It's an analogy, though, right? It's an analogy.
You said it was
it's a really good analogy too. I'm enjoying this conversation. You know, the organ that I use to interact with God is since my God is the God of the gaps. You know,
don't continue that sentence.
The best gap you can worship as God is the vagina. So of course the organ I'll choose is my penis, right? So
there it is. Yeah. The aristocrats.
Is that Anson or is that Bonnie Blue?
Yeah, they sound so similar.
They do.
They look identical, actually. So hard to say.
Yeah, sorry, can I just say I apologize for disagreeing with you so much. I apologize.
You were absolutely allowed to disagree with me as much as you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Wild heart.
No, having me on.
Kind of have to.
Cheers.
No,
this is what the panel's all about, okay? Is disagreement. So that is Gucci. You're totally good.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
So damn agreeable.
What's the Canadian?
I was going to say, if it was just me and compliment, it'd get boring.
Yeah, that's a Canadian.
No, both of you are super agreeable. You're like, oh, I don't want to hurt your feelings by disagreeing with you. Yeah, let me tell you, I get pegged without telling you I get pegged, right? That's what that is.
Whoa. Only one of us has that Bonnie Blue profile picture right now, Anson. Okay, only one of us.
Yeah, that's going a bit far with the pegging.
Yeah. That's the line. Okay.
Also, I have to take a pee again. Also, Anson, you got me in so much fucking shit. You got me in so much shit, Anson.
Could you be
But
less
I have to take a pee. I will just be that amount of specific, and now you guys talk. But Anson, you got me in so much fucking shit. Fuck.
I don't know what I did. I'm kind of impressed. What's up, Big Soda?
Hey, Anson, how you doing today?
Man, you know what? I was over watching Grid's live stream. I went over there, and he was basically tongue punching Trump's fart box for his neocon bullshit, and I couldn't stand it because Grid said so many times that he's anti-interventionist, and he doesn't like interfering in other countries' business. He's America first, and we're going and playing regime change and build a country just like he's George W. Bush. And Trump didn't even. I mean, Grid didn't even bat an eye. He's down on his knees sucking Trump's cock. So I don't know.
I mean, it's weird because they've been in a lot of situations to where just call a spade and say this probably isn't the correct thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I've been disappointed by pretty much everyone I've ever voted for. Pretty much.
I mean, Bill Clinton. Come on, you not vote for him?
No, I'm not that old.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I'm a millennial.
Confluence is. That's why I always forget.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I'm just so upset, about the lack of. I guess people want to be on teams so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, you people can't live without having some identity of yours.
Who are you calling you people?
Yeah, humans,
Canadians.
But
MAGA is prone to be. It's like they can't admit an L because then the left's going to use that against them, and they're very worried about that.
Yeah, but that leads
you
to
don't have to
thinking.
be.
It leads to thinking disorders if you can't admit when you're wrong, right? But
yeah,
I don't know. It's like one of them, strumpets on whatever, one of those unchaste women. Not like Bonnie Blue. She's a professional. I'm talking about the ones on whatever, right?
Yeah,
who can't admit
so much worse than Bonnie Blue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because Bonnie Blue owns it, right? She doesn't come out and say, "Hey, she says, not this isn't for everybody," right? She comes right out and says it. She's honest.
And she's like the LeBron James of like the whatever girls. So she's like on a different tier than all the others.
Yeah, it's kind of like that with Trump, right? I mean, Trump's people can't be Trump. They just want to be him really bad.
Yeah,
kind of sick, and I don't know. Confluence, man. So how'd I get you in trouble, bro? Like was it all the negative stuff I said about Wildheart in the chat? Wildheart, I meant all of it.
No, I can't. I don't want to, and but you, Anson, you
How
even
could I have
fucking know.
possibly gotten you in trouble? I didn't do anything.
Yeah, sorry, I meant all of it too. When I called you a cunt several times, I meant all of it.
Oh, good. Okay, awesome.
You're a massive, massive, massive twat.
Yeah, thank you. I've spent years cultivating that. Cultivating twat is a discipline.
Hold on, time out. You're talking to a 2-time World War champion, so I don't want to hear that.
2-time
World War champion.
What does that even mean?
It means we're the fucking greatest.
Yeah,
we'll take your country and deport you from it.
The years won't work out. The First World War was in 1914, so you will be dead by now. You guys have been in both.
No, it's a tongue-in-cheek joke playing on the America versus Canadian and British.
Yeah, I don't know. Wildheart, you could just turn that around and be like, "Hey, I'm British, so we duped y'all into defending us twice for no reason because we're a backwater that isn't worth defending, right?"
I burnt down your fucking White House. How about that? Remember that?
Confluence.
Yeah,
that wasn't you.
Okay, do it again. I dare you.
Oh, because you don't like
We're hatching a plan.
The Boston Tea Party.
So how did I get you in trouble, Confluence? So why don't you tell me how? Because you got my curiosity up, man. I'm rarely curious.
I know I can't, but you fucking did. You fucking did for real.
It was with Emmett, wasn't it?
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure.
It was with Emmett. Oh shit. Okay, cool.
Okay, back to the video.
Yeah, let's watch the video. I'm here for JP.
Yeah. Sorry, my headphones cut out for like a hot minute there, so
it's probably
not sure what you guys were saying. But
and implicit that there isn't a better way of describing it than divine. But I don't really care if we look at that from the bottom up, like as a biological phenomena, or as from the top down. I don't think it makes any difference.
It doesn't make a difference whether it was divinely inspired or whether it evolved within human.
I don't think look, so let me ask you this. Like, I think that at bottom, truth is unified. And what that's going to mean eventually is that the world of value and the world of fact coincide in some manner that we don't yet understand. And I think that union, the fact of that union and the fact of that union is equivalent to what's being described as divine order across millennia. There's no difference. Now, and this is a tricky business, because you either believe that the world of truth is unified in the final analysis, or you don't. Those are the options. And if it's not unified, then there's a disunity. There's a contradiction between value and fact, or there's a contradiction between different sets of values, and they can't be brought into a unity. I don't believe that.
Well, let's go back to what you said earlier, which I was very interested in. You implied there's no difference between whether the text is divinely inspired or whether it evolved in progression during a series of manuscripts, presumably. Now, I think that's genuinely interesting, but it's...
See, okay, not to pause it so quickly. This is what we were talking about. Yeah, I don't see those things necessarily in contradiction. Like, I think I don't see, maybe this ties in a little bit to like theistic evolution, if I can punt to that. Like, I'm not someone, I'm a Christian. I don't deny evolution. You know, I could be proven wrong, but I think from what my limited biological understanding, I feel like, yeah, it makes sense. I don't think that like destroys my God, though. You know, I feel like it can be both. It can be both at the same time in the same way.
The distinction he was making was between divine inspiration or evolution, which is natural. So he was making the distinction between natural and not natural, which is a direct logical conclusion.
Okay,
that's
I don't want
to interpretation.
Yeah, I don't want to retread the same ground, but something like God can work throughout space and time. That's why I brought up theistic evolution, right? So evolution, I would say, is a natural thing, but I think God could still be directing it, right? It's like something can be biological and spiritual at the same time.
That will make it supernatural, wouldn't it? If God was directing it, that will make it supernatural.
I don't necessarily want to go back into that shit show again, but
he was making the distinction between natural and not natural.
I guess can you imagine a world where let's say, okay, so this is just off the dome. This is like, so accept this, Wild Heart. This is just like me speaking off the dome. But like, so let's say we accept all the stuff of evolution, right? Of like that, you know, the sexual selection and natural selection and the fucking epigenetics, all this shit, right? But let's say there is somebody, just hypothetically, there is like some force that is kind of directing the odds in a certain way.
That will make
okay, but it's not the same. Do you at least agree it's not the same as just like a special creation event, as like the theologians call it, where it's like just bam, animals right there, kangaroo. I'm just gonna specially create a kangaroo. It's like God could work from amoeba to kangaroo, and it still could be following the process of biology, but with some like subtle influence in play. Do you think that's like categorically like a fucking impossible thing?
Yeah, if someone, i.e. God, was creating the natural things, then that would make it supernatural. So you can't be both supernatural and natural at the same time.
That's the most retarded thing I've
ever
heard.
Negation. Right? Something
we'll see. Hang on,
Anson, you're atheist. Anson, do you agree with this?
Well, so this is tough, right? This entire conversation is tough because, so in different seasons of my life, I have read books from both of these men that are debating, and enjoyed them, and they've added value to my life. I don't really have an opinion on the weeds conversation that y'all are having right now.
I want you to, though, Anson.
I can't.
Want you to.
You're gonna have to say something that interests me more because my visual brain is working tonight. So I like Bonnie Blue's working hardcore on me while we're talking.
Just change your fucking profile picture.
Right. Hang on. I've got an analogy that I think might fit.
Anson, change it to Anna Cramling. So at least give me some of the fun, okay? Anna Cramling. Google that. Just it's as a favor, bro to bro. Okay, Anna Cramling.
Got it.
Right, so if God influences the natural and God is supernatural, then that makes evolution supernatural.
But do you're taking everything, Wildheart. You're taking everything and you're smushing it down. You're smushing it into this one thing. But do you get at least the distinction? What I said, the special creation. If I was bam, if I'm God and I'm bam, kangaroo just appears. Or second situation, right? Amoeba to kangaroo, and I'm subtly influencing that. You could say it's both supernatural. That's fine. Yeah. Do you at least understand that there's a difference between those two things, right? One is a being that's kind of directing things subtly, and one of those is just nothing exists, and now there's a fucking kangaroo just fucking sitting right there.
You said yourself.
Well, hang on. Let me try this thought out. Can something be?
Said they were both supernatural.
No, but forget
you're be natural. Can something be natural in makeup but be artificial in design?
No. Something is either natural or supernatural.
Well, I'm of the belief that there's no such thing as artificial.
That's the definition, that's based in a certain way. I think I get what Anson's saying because humans, right? Anything a human makes is definitionally also natural, right? So even the weird chemicals we make, right? It's still, if humans are natural, then all the chemicals we make are also natural. Yeah, it's right? the concept of chemophobia going on.
The concept of natural and unnatural are human constructs that they use to basically add. What is that? Additional meaning to things that they create because they're egotistical and think that they're the center of the fucking universe. So
but it's not unnatural; it's supernatural.
Well, oh my god. Okay. Supernatural doesn't exist.
The supernatural. Do you believe that God is supernatural?
No, God doesn't exist.
God doesn't exist. Oh, sorry. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, he's an atheist. He's an atheist. Okay. That's why I'm asking him though. But I'm asking Anson. I will ask you the same question. Okay. I'm gonna try to make you interested. Okay. So imagine a really sexy Bonnie Blue coated kangaroo. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go into I'll go into Anna Cramling while you're talking.
No, don't. No, that's not what I said. I said make your profile. Anna Cramling is a respectable woman. Okay, I said make your profile her so I can look at it in a respectable way. Okay, no permission to goon here. Okay, disavow that. But in the theistic evolution sense, right? Is it do you answer even if you're atheist coded, right? Do you still see a distinction between the special creation of God snapping his fingers and summoning a kangaroo onto the fucking field versus using the process of evolution and slowly maybe affecting certain probability outcomes over time?
Wait, are you asking me what the nature of your imaginary friend is?
No.
Yeah,
that feels like what you're asking me, and I don't know because that changes depending upon
what I'm asking you. That is not what I'm asking you.
Then what are you?
No, he's describing a process. He's describing a process. If something just comes out of thin air, is that different than something evolving over time? through the help of guidance.
He's basically asking, is the
Yes.
supernatural natural?
Wait, so are
No, I'm asking what Big Soda's
Well, that's not what I'm
to be clear.
asking. That
No, you're asking.
yeah, is
You asked
something that spawns out of thin air different than something that over time through guidance? Are they the same thing?
So in both of those, whether or not an object appears like without any kind of like evolutionary scaffolding, or objects all in the universe have some sort of evolutionary scaffolding. Is that your question? Whether or not there was there was an antecedent for the object in one scenario, but there was no antecedent for the object in the other scenario.
Yes.
Yeah.
To break it down as like simple as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. There can't be objects without.
Like, is that the same process? Or is that something totally different?
Yeah. All objects.
Wow, I think he might have been trying to say something.
All objects in the universe have an antecedent.
So
Right.
God has an antecedent.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, in terms of he was created by humans as a social construction to help them understand the world.
Gay.
So the human need to understand is what created God.
Anson, you just need to come onto our side. Like, you're so close. Like, you're
are.
a really good dude. You're so close.
Yeah.
So do you
Inshallah.
believe God? So do you believe God has an antecedent? Is there a reason for God existing?
I don't believe that. Anson thinks the antecedent is humans creating God because Anson puts the cart before the horse, as he's wont to do.
I know that's what he believes. I'm asking you what you believe.
No, I believe God has no antecedent. God is outside of space and time.
So there's no reason for God.
God is its own reason. God is God, right? God is like what the ultimate thing we get to at the end of all of these discussions. IMHO.
So there's no reason for God. There's
No,
no reason
God-
why
well-
God exists.
No, God's existence. I don't know if I don't think this is necessarily Orthodox Christianity, but or like even lowercase o Orthodox Christianity, but I think God is existence itself. That's what I would say. So when we talk about existence, I think that is God.
So everything needs a reason to exist.
Well, define what you mean
existence
by
doesn't need a.
Yeah, you're saying everything
what?
needs a reason to exist. You're saying everything needs a reason to exist except God, which is by definition the special.
It's not. No, it's not special pleading. It's not. No, because you listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Like for real. I'm saying.
Except God.
I don't think you. I don't think you are listening. I'm saying. When I hear existence, to me that is God. So you're saying everything that exists needs a reason, but then does existence itself need a reason to exist? Right? That doesn't make any sense. God is existence. God is not like something apart from existence. God is existence.
I agree with that. And the thing that you would need to terminate the transcendental argument for God is the thing that is existence.
Yeah,
right.
So,
and that's why that framework works so well, because you basically get the special pleading where this imaginary person comes in and becomes the first act. Whereas in reality,
first of all, not making a tag. Second of all, not an imaginary person. Well, not intentionally trying to make a tag.
Anson had me in the first half and then lost me in the second half.
He did. Yeah, he had me in the first half too.
What was the time before God? What's the time before God?
No, there was no time before God.
How can there
was no. So the only
how can there be time before a timeless being?
You shush. So the only thing that has ever existed, has always existed, is
easy.
God. That is a special pleading policy.
It's not special pleading. If I'm defining God as existence itself, it's not I'm not saying, oh, everything can exist without a cause, except for the one thing that is God, this magical entity, this special friend I have, this Sky Daddy. You guys have to go off of Reddit. All of you, even if you're not on Reddit, you have to get off of Reddit metaphorically, okay? Because it's the same fucking shit all the fucking time. God is existence. It's not a special pleading to say that existence doesn't need a precedent to its own existence. If I'm defining God as existence.
Right, so what is the one thing that doesn't need...
This is not anacramling. What is I asked you...
It is.
I was asking a
It's like
question.
an AI. That looks like an AI
I was
anacramling.
asking a question.
I don't
What
think
is
that's
the
an
one-
actual. That's not.
what
That's
is
an
the-
AI version of anacramling. That's not anacramling for real.
So
I know
what is the
anacramling
one
anywhere.
reason- What is the one reason for God existing?
Why would you
Everything
need to
else
look
has a
for
reason,
why
except-
are you so anxious to find a reason for your imaginary friend to exist?
Yeah, I'm not imagining friend, but I'm trying to get to his worldview.
Yeah, I am too, but it doesn't make any sense.
What is what? So everything needs a reason to exist except God. How is not?
Except existence itself. No, just like listen to what I'm saying. Existence itself does not need a reason to exist. That's not special pleading. Why would
So God
existence
is
need a reason to exist? Existence
God
is
equals
existence.
existence. So God equals existence.
Yes.
Right. What is the reason why God exists? Or existence exists?
Oh my God.
What- that's like tautological. Like that's like definitionally just tautological, right? Why does existence exist? Existence be existing. I don't know what you want me to say. Existence existing, right?
Yeah.
I can't give you a reason why existence be existed. That's like you asking why the laws of logic the laws of logic. It's like the laws of logic equals the laws of logic, right? So
everything has a reason except God. And it just
that actually does kind of look like anacramling. That does actually. I can't see the top half, but from what I know of anacramling, that actually could be anacramling. So, thank you, Anson. Unless you're fucking me, in which case, no thanks to you. But
what did I do, Confluence? Why didn't you tell me what I did that upset you so much? How did I get you in trouble?
You already fucking know, so I'm not gonna
say
don't more.
I don't know.
You do know. You do know.
I don't actually know, but yeah.
You actually do know.
I actually don't know.
That's funny because you actually do actually know. So yeah. Yeah, probably. Fucking probably, Doomerang. Fucking probably. Also, I am low-key a bit of a monist. Okay, I'm like low-key, but it depends on the level we look at. Okay, it depends on how we look at. Existence is how is existence different from God? I think God is existence. Yep. Yeah, so it's not different. I would say it's not the only attribute of God, and this is where like this is why I'm religious and not just like some weird copium atheist, because I think God is also love. I think God is also truth. God is logic. I think God intervenes personally. And so those are things that are different that people will disagree on.
Well, that's all existence though, right? Like your definition of God is as everything, right? Like it's the creation. So all that stuff that is encompassed within the creation, that is everything, like all of existence. So of course that would be God, right? God is also hate and evil and malice and discontent and all of the worst possible things that could exist. That's what God is, right?
Well, I don't want to get like
right.
Yes, but I don't want to like get like super like C.S. Lewis coded on you, but I would say that there is God and there can also be an absence of God, which you could argue could be contained in God. That gets a little too above my fucking pay grade to know if that's true or not. But I think I would say like evil is the absence of God. So anything that is actually bad would be like God's absence. In the same way, to again steal from C.S. Lewis, right? There's no such thing as cold. Cold is just the absence of heat. And darkness, just the absence of light, right? It doesn't have any ontological validity in and of itself. It's just a lack of something.
Sorry, that fails on two fronts. Because God created everything. So if evil exists, then God created it.
Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't fail. If someone
God created everything,
if I'm a being. If I'm a being and I create light, does that mean I created darkness? Again, darkness doesn't have any ontology to it, right? Darkness doesn't exist as an actual thing. Darkness is an absence of something else, right? So what does it make sense to say that someone, yeah, everything, but everything is carrying a lot of weight in the sentence you're asking, right? Everything. God didn't create every non-thing.
So
right?
evil doesn't exist.
Evil is a non-thing under my in my opinion. Evil is a non-thing.
So it doesn't exist. Evil doesn't exist.
It's the absence of what is good, right? It's the absence of God.
Does it exist? Does evil exist?
There is some semantic overload on that. In terms of actual existence, no. But in terms of what people colloquially define as existence, well, yes, you could say like someone murdering someone that exists. That's like that's a fact that happens in reality. And so I think that's how words are being used to mean kind of two different things.
Yeah, so are you saying that evil does exist or evil doesn't exist? What is your answer?
Because again, evil is the absence of good.
What is your answer?
And see what just briefly, okay, so what Doomerang is saying, light is the absence of dark. No, that's not true, right? Like physically, like photons are a real thing, right? And heat, again, heat is a real thing. Cold is not a real thing scientifically. It's not a real thing. So it's an analogy. And we have, to add to the chaos, we have Bradley coming in, which I feel like we do. I feel like we do need some Bradley right now, actually. And Anna Cramling's. Anna Cramling's. I don't want to say boobies because I don't want to like be chauvinistic toward Anna Cramling.
Sorry, I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. Does evil exist or not?
I feel like I answered that. I feel like you don't agree.
No, you definitely didn't.
If you create light, wouldn't you also create darkness? Because without light,
can you just give me a simple yes or no answer to my?
I can't give. If you ask a ridiculously complicated question, I cannot give a yes or no answer to it. There's some. Do you understand that, Wildheart? There's some questions you can ask that one cannot give a yes or no answer to. Right, to use the classic thing, when you murdered your wife last night, did you like it? Yes or no? I only will accept a yes or no answer. I'll only accept it.
Does evil exist or not? It's not a complicated question.
Okay, so you just ignored what I said completely. To be clear, you ignored what I said completely.
It made no sense. Does evil exist or not?
Can I ask my question again, and then I'll answer your question, okay? When you murdered your wife last night, did you like it? Yes or no, please. No. Yes or no. Yes or no. I'm sorry. That didn't start with Y or N. So it didn't sound like you answered it with a yes or no question. There we go. That's Photoshop. Why are you putting Anna Cramling in that's something she would never wear, Anson. That's something she would you're so grok coded right now. Anna Cramling would never wear that.
Did he really?
Can you answer my question? Does evil exist?
You didn't answer mine. Do you understand? You didn't answer mine, though?
No.
Hi, Wildheart. I was.
Wait, you said
before.
No.
Wildheart. You answered no to my question.
No. Yeah, I don't have a wife. I didn't.
That's not. No. Yes or no? When you murdered your wife last night, did you like it?
No.
Okay, so when you murdered your wife, you didn't like it. Mm-hmm. That's correct.
No, I don't have a wife.
Oh, notice how you have to now say more. Yeah, now she's fucking dead, brother. So yeah, I actually that Bradley's right in that. I hope you get my point. You can't. If you ask a question, not every question.
Does evil exist or does it not? That is a direct logical negation. Does evil exist or does it not?
It depends. It in the same way that you couldn't answer the fucking question.
It's yes or no.
I said that's funny because the question I asked you wasn't yes or no. That's funny. Why was I able to ask you a yes or no question, but you couldn't answer it? But now you want me to answer a yes or no question? I already answered the question. I will say it again. It depends what you mean by exist, right? And the colloquial definite.
You can't
You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear my answer. You don't want to hear it unless it's a yes or no. And
so you're asking if evil is a real person, like evil, it can be a real thing, even a deer.
Does evil exist?
Like exist? Like he's asking, like, what do you mean by exist? Like a real being, an animal, a human?
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you. Thank you.
Is evil a real thing in the world?
Hang on. Let me go on what he's saying. I think what he's saying is evil can be something that just like an entity that enters into someone's brain and makes them drive around as an Uber driver and kill 4 people. I saw a YouTube video about that. Just crazy. He said that the Uber app sign was a devil and it made him kill people. He killed fucking 9 people.
So evil is real because it made him act, right? Like it's a psychological concept, right? In that scenario, but that is a real thing, right? Psychological concepts are things.
I would feel the same if someone asked me, does cold exist? It depends what you mean by exist. Cold, again, is the absence of heat. Cold can kill people. People have died from cold, but they're really dying from a lack of heat, right? So that's what I'm trying to introduce into this, right? It's you probably think I'm obfuscating. But I'm not. I'm not. That is just true, right? Cold doesn't kill people.
Irrelevant,
it's the absence of heat that kills people. So if you ask if cold is a real thing that ontologically exists, that there actually is a physical thing that we can measure as cold, we can't. We can measure heat, and at a certain lower level of heat, people will die.
Yes,
and I would say evil is the same thing of that.
In the realm of
don't need more
no,
fuck off with
when
that shit.
Die
I don't like
hypothermia, they say that the cause of death is lack of heat. I don't think so. I think the cold killed them.
I know, but when they're no, it is.
I mean, of course, yes.
But Bradley,
they would lie.
Bradley,
there is cold. Hypothermia.
No. Yes, Bradley, but that's a colloquial way of saying it, right? That's like what we say, but scientifically, there is no unit for coldness. There is a unit for heat. Like you can say, like there's no unit for no. I'm serious. You can look this up. There's no unit. Coldness is not a thing. It's not. It doesn't exist in physical reality. It's just different levels of heat, right? Heat is energy. That's a lack of heat. That's a certain lack of heat.
Sure, it is, but it's still a degree of coldness.
No, okay, Bradley. The second example I used was darkness, right? There's no unit of darkness. There's an amount of photons. There's an amount of lumens. You could talk about light in different ways, but you can't add 5 units of darkness into a room. That doesn't make any fucking sense. In the same way, you can't add 5 units of coldness into a room. Darkness doesn't actually physically exist. It's just the absence of light. It's the absence of something. Sure. Right. So that's what I'm trying to say with evil. I think evil is the absence of what is good. So I don't think evil exists in the same sense that darkness, I don't think exists. But yes, if you go into a dark room, you could, on a colloquial level, in the way that we normally talk, we could say, well, yes, the room is very dark. But what we actually mean is the room has a lack of light. And I would say when someone is being evil, we would say that, like, yeah, in the technical thing, Anson, Anson, you're fucking me up with your fucking shit right now. Go back to Anna Cramley.
I completely agree with you. I think that there could be a measurement of darkness. I don't think that the one has to do it just because there's no light. I don't know.
I mean, you can Google this though. There's no, like, scientifically, there is no measure of darkness.
Confluence. You're going into a totally different domain. All right. The example that I provided, where evil is a psychological concept, where it's something inside of your mind, it's a perception of something, right? Humans also have the same thing with how they perceive cold, how they perceive light, and it's all relative and customary, right? But it's still a thing and it still exists because it's in their mind.
Okay, yeah, no. If you mean, do humans have the perception of evil? Yes, yeah, absolutely. We have the perception of darkness, but we also have the perception of stuff that has no scientific validity whatsoever. We have the perception of demons. We have the perception of angels.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
But if you ask me if demons exist, if angels exist, I would have to ask you what you exactly mean by exist. If you mean on a on a brain state level that they exist, but that would be a different. If Wildheart asked me that question, he probably means, do angels exist in some type of like spiritual dimension in an ontological way? Is there an actual angel?
You started presupposing, and we didn't get that far.
We got plenty far.
No, we didn't.
Been going
what
at
did you
this
mean
for
by
like
that,
3
Wildheart?
fucking hours.
Wildheart, what did you mean? Did you mean that there are demons?
Sorry. What was
Did
the
you mean
question?
that there? Did you mean there are demons, Wildheart? Are there
No, I
demons?
didn't mean demons. No.
Not real demon. Pitchfork.
Okay, so what do you mean by evil then, Wildheart? Seeing as you don't mean demons, what do you mean by evil?
Evil means just bad things, basically.
Just bad things. Like, okay, what are bad things? So cancer, is cancer evil?
Cancer is evil, yeah. And rape.
In what way is cancer evil? In what way?
Even children.
Humans think cancer is evil, but why? Like, cancer is just your cells mutating in like an unproductive way, and then they they'll spread beyond their normal. So it's bad from like a human point of view, but is cancer itself, is it evil?
If you're a tumor, you must think cancer is great.
This makes sense.
A tumor is yourself, though. A tumor is your own.
Yeah, it
right?
is your own
like
self.
No,
this
right. It's your own self. Like, okay.
Cancer is bad. Bad is evil.
Your heart can attack you.
But we're just redefining. Okay, but then I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that exists. If by bad we just mean something that I happen to just like not like, then I wouldn't say that's evil in the same sense that I'm talking at all.
I think there's a difference between something you don't like. I don't like stubbing my toe. Having a heart attack is much different.
Why not?
I don't like cancer.
Yeah, but why not? Why isn't
cancer? It's just my cells redividing in like a bad way to me, a way that might harm me. But the cancer isn't. Yes, it will kill me. But the cancer, why is that evil? What does that mean?
Killing people is not evil?
The cancer doesn't have like a volition. The cancer is not like trying to like kill you, though. The cancer is just cells dividing in a bad way.
Do you believe it?
If you try and cut it out, it'll spread to other parts of your body to try and kill you there. It is trying to kill you.
Cancer is not trying to kill you, to be clear. Cancer is not trying to kill you. Cancer is not. It doesn't. Cancer is not trying to kill you.
It spreads to other parts of the body. It's not trying to kill you.
It's not trying to. Cancer is not trying to kill
help
you. It's not trying to do anything. Anson, you have to back me on this. No, you have to back me on this, Anson.
Let me tell you what's happening here, because I see what's happening. It's really, really clear. Okay, it's super clear. It's super clear. So Wildheart is of the mind that illnesses are some sort of mystical thing. He's got like the cellular knowledge, pre-scientific revolution knowledge of what causes disease. He thinks that demons come down and put bad things in the water supply, and he doesn't understand like microbiology. So
you have misrepresented my position.
Well, and it makes sense, right? Because he's
okay. What about Bradley? Bradley is saying cancer is trying to kill us.
Having fun with you.
Bradley, is this true? Bradley?
No, I do believe that it's trying to kill you. What else would it be doing? Maybe it doesn't.
See, now because what Anson said, now I feel like I'm like, am I taking the bait if I engage with you, Bradley? Or I can't tell if you're being for real now. I can't tell.
What else has it ever done?
Cancer is not trying to. It doesn't have a volition. It's not trying to kill you. It ends up killing you. It's not trying to kill you.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a volition. It's not trying to kill you.
I think it does try, because it spreads to your body. When you try to cut it out,
with the goal of killing you, though. It's working on a purely like mechanistic way. It's just like it's cell dividing against its natural boundaries due to a mutation.
A mechanism way, just like animals work as a mechanism way to kill other things, to eat them. It's the same thing. It's trying to kill you.
It's chemicals working on other chemicals. It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't have it doesn't have a volition. It's not trying to kill you. It's just chemicals.
But it doesn't do anything else.
Well,
Nobody's ever
no,
gotten fucking good lungs from cancer. Nobody ever
no,
got
but
anything
cancer
good.
sometimes cancer is just like people can live with cancer for like decades and decades and it doesn't fucking do shit to them, right? Like
I
it doesn't
hope so.
always. I hope so too, but it doesn't always end up, killing people. It's definitely not trying to kill people. An animal, I think, is more trying. An animal has a degree of volition, where it's like an animal can be trying to kill you. I mean, it can be like seeking you out. It can be like, whereas cancer, it doesn't work like that. It's just like
it just kills you.
Yeah. Do you believe that cancer has a conscience?
So it doesn't have to try. It's like the Yoda, do or do not.
That doesn't listen to my question and answer it. Does cancer have a volition? Does cancer have a brain? Does cancer have a mind? They can choose whether he wants to kill you. The answer is no. I'll give you a clue.
Oh.
That is the answer, right? Bradley, you agree with that? Cancer has no mind. It has no volition.
Doesn't have a brain, no.
Right.
Yeah.
But it will kill you, so it doesn't have to try.
Yeah,
exactly. It doesn't have to try. It can't even try.
It's not trying to kill you, is it? It's not trying to kill you.
It's like saying it's lava trying to kill you if like a volcano erupts. The lava's not like trying to kill you. It just like it might kill you, and if you're in the vicinity of
lava won't accidentally enter your body. That's not.
If
you're close to a volcano, it will accidentally enter your body. What do you mean?
What we were talking about is if it's evil. Lava's not evil because you have to jump into it to die, but cancer just shows up.
You could just be close to close to something that you don't even know is a volcano. It's like asking if water is evil, right? You've seen probably water where it has like a strong undertow. Is that evil? If you swim in it, it'll drag you down and you will be drowned. The water's not trying to drown you. It's just like
undertows. Undertows are evil.
You don't believe that. You don't believe undertows are evil.
It's not just water. You're talking about water. It's not just water. It's an undertow. It's a current. That's evil. It's trying to kill you. It's evil. Anything that tries to kill humans is evil. Fuck that.
So on a really basic level, that makes a whole lot of sense and explains a whole lot of religion, right? Because religion was evolved based on like the punishment cycle in classical conditioning, right? You get punished, you don't want to have that happen again, so you have to come up with an explanation for the negative thing that occurred to you. And since you don't have like the scientific method or any kind of like reasonable understanding of what's happening around you, you invent these stories to explain the negative things, the punishment, and you do things like explain cancer away as being something that came from some demon or whatever. Wildheart, do you think that if you pray, your cancer will go away?
No, it's been tested and it doesn't. No, it
does.
Intercessional prayer doesn't work.
Oh, it's been tested. It's been tested, you guys.
It has been tested. It has been tested in a study by.
Fuck off with that gay shit, Wildheart. No offense to you. That is some gay shit. That is some gay shit.
Foundation.
It has been tested. It does seem to work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
You can't. The scientific testing applied to religious stuff is so tell me you know nothing about like peer-reviewed studies without telling me you know nothing about peer-reviewed studies. Okay, that's such dog shit to say that we can like take people and get them to pray over cancer patients and then we'll figure out if prayer like works or not or like what's good. That's retarded. Okay, that's retarded. Wildheart, I love you. I'm being a bit dramatic. I do love you, but that is low-key retarded at the same time. No.
Right. Explain to me why it is retarded.
Really. Why is it retarded to use the scientific method?
It's retarded because when you think about anything to do with prayer, it obviously it's not just like a binary of like, oh well, we're gonna like do a double blind study. We're gonna like half the people to pray. We're gonna assume that they have equal abilities in prayer, equally spending the same amount of time, equally connected to the same God. There's like a million factors that if you were an actual scientist, if either of you were scientific minded, you would fucking disavow that fucking gay shit in the moment because that is some gay shit. That is some actual gay shit. For real.
Where's God?
there were a Christian foundation that did the study into prayer, whether intercessory prayer works or not. They did it on cancer patients.
Okay. Okay.
Even
if that's true. No, that's cool. That's cool. Let's say let's say that Christian foundation, let's say they did that study. I don't know if that happened, but let's say they did. Okay, sure. I'll even agree. They did that study, okay? Now, how do they verify that everyone is praying to the same God with the same perspicacity, with the same volition, with the same, intensity? How do we know any of those factors?
You're right. Confluence. This is terrific. You just stumbled on something. We can find out which God is real by testing whether or not the prayers work.
Yeah,
we need to get a lot of people out here to do studies on all these people and figure out which God is the real God.
Because it was 50-50.
Muhammad won't win.
It doesn't matter which God they were praying to.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, wow. They've done so many more studies than I thought. So they talked to all different types of theists, and they actually quantified how much they're meditating, how much, and they did brain scans probably even to determine what level of spiritual insight they're kind of gaining. And then they did this study. Is that right? Wildheart? I'm sorry. I still love you, but still low-key retarded. Okay, still.
No, not really.
I got to settle down a little bit, but...
Makes total sense. I'm on your team, Wildheart.
That's not how anything works, right? That's not how anything works. Even under a pure science point of view, terrible science. Awful science. No, it's terrible science.
Yeah. It scientifically proving there is no God. I love it. If it doesn't work for any God, that means there is no God. So thank you, Wildheart, for proving my position.
There's no study that
is
well
Wildheart said it doesn't matter which God you pray to. So Wildheart is on team atheism. Go team atheism.
He is an atheist, but he's giving bad studies with bad methodology that don't make any fucking sense if you think of them for literally 30 seconds. Yes, he's atheist.
Oh my God, really? I wasn't going to claim him as an atheist. I was mocking him the whole time because he sounded like a dumb Christian.
No, he's an atheist. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's an atheist.
Yeah, I'm saying prayer doesn't work.
Oh.
Prayer doesn't work.
What's that in the? Is that a dog in the background?
That said that it does work. So how about that?
Shush! Do you know what intercessory prayer works?
I always drop the R word, Seth. You freaking retard. I'm just kidding. I don't have nothing against you, Seth, but also.
Do you know what?
Don't threaten me with a good time.
When you pray.
I know what that means, Wildheart. I know what that means, but I'm saying, think for real. Think for real about a scientific study, okay? So let's say you have a group of Confluence and 100 other people like him, and you ask them to all do intercessory prayer. How can you confirm, first of all, what my connection to God is? Second, if I'm actually doing it, or if I'm just saying I'm doing it. Third, about any type of neurological factors that might change what I'm actually doing. How would you know any of those? Yeah, you ask them. That's all you can do. It's a self-reported study, which are famously absolute dog shit, fucking dog water, cucked ass studies, right?
They took 3 groups of people. They took believers who prayed for the people with heart patients with
herpes.
How do they know they're believers? How do they know that, Wildheart? How do they know that? They just ask them? They just ask them?
I couldn't leave if I tried.
No, Wildheart, I want an answer. Do they just ask them?
Yeah. What else can you do?
If they were praying for someone, they won't.
Okay, so they just ask them how much are they praying? In what way are they praying? How do they know that? Can they read their minds? Well, yeah, that's kind of people lie. So people can be mistaken.
I don't know if you know this, but sometimes people lie.
They had 3 groups of people. They all had heart complaints, heart disease, and they got 3 groups of people to pray for them. The first group of people said they will pray for them, and they knew about it. The second group of people said they would pray and they didn't know about it. The third group of people said they wouldn't pray about it. They were all Christian.
Okay, Wildheart, what do you think I will say to what you just said, based on what I've already said for the past
You're gonna use the R word.
Well, that is true, but beyond that, Wildheart. No, like I'm actually asking. I'm being for real with you, Wildheart. What do you think my criticism would be of the study you just suggested? What do you think my criticism would be?
I don't know.
You actually don't know?
No.
Like you for real don't know. I've said it so many times. Stop putting Anna Cramling in. Anna Cramling would never do that, Anson.
That's a double blind.
Wildheart, this is a problem. If you don't know, I feel like even if you disagree, that's fine. If you don't know what I'm gonna say to that, that's insane because I've said it so many times.
I don't know because that's a double blind test.
It doesn't matter if it's a. Okay, I'll repeat it again. You don't know, right? Just because someone says that they're Christian, you have. Okay, can you let me speak? Let me speak because I want you to hear this one for real, Wildheart, for real.
Is a double blind test is when you have two blindfolds?
No.
Okay.
But Wildheart, please listen, please, because I just want I understand you're going to disagree with me. That's fine. I at least want you to be able to steel man my point of view. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Wildheart, I'm saying in that study that you just suggested, you have 3 groups of people with like if you have people, they all say they're Christians. You can't, first of all, know if they're Christians, right? You have no idea about that. You can't know if they're actually praying. They could just be saying they're praying. They might forget. They might just have no intention to pray. You also don't know what kind of prayer they're doing. There's like a bunch of internal factors that is impossible for us to know. So that's my criticism of all of those studies, right? We don't know any of that.
He's crashed it out. Calm down.
So all the Christians that were praying for them, they weren't true Christians.
Anna Cramling does not have an awesome OF. She does not have an awesome. She doesn't have an OF. She would never. Okay, she would never. Anson,
I can't believe the words of people.
So Wildheart, are you all right, man? Your demeanor makes me think that something's not right. Like, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm just saying, when you come up with the argument that they were praying, but they weren't true Christians. True Christians.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you heard, Wildheart?
Is that what you? Yeah, that's what I heard too.
That's what you both heard, Anson. I know you didn't hear that. I know you didn't hear that.
Well, you said,
because they say that they
were praying, then they weren't true Christians. Because
how do you know?
That is like the most
right way.
Bradley's right. Bradley's right. Bradley's the only one who predicted it. That's fucking retarded. Bradley was right. That I would
understand what he's trying to say. You can't prove what people lie. You can't. What somebody says is not admissible. It's not just hearsay. It's hearsay. It's not fucking written in stone. I am a Christian and I pray.
No, I agree.
Did
y'all are both right.
Fuck up. So all the people that prayed for the cancer patients were not true Christians.
How do you know?
Stop saying. First of all, stop saying true Christians. You're trying to make into a no true Scotsman fallacy, and it's just not correct. It's not correct. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I gave multiple stuff. I said you don't. First of all, you have no idea what their religious belief actually is internally. You also don't know if they are intending to pray. You don't know if people are forgetful. Do you know how many times do people say, "I'll pray for you," and then they forget and they don't pray? It doesn't mean they're not a true Christian. It means people forget stuff. People lie. People forget. People don't pray in the same intensity. They pray for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds. All these things are factors that could influence a study.
So they weren't true Christians.
They may not be.
You're trying to trigger me, Wildheart. You're trying. You are trying. What did I say that implied they're not true Christians? What the fuck? How the fuck did the words that I say going into my fucking Yeti mic go into your fucking microphone or whatever the fuck speakers?
I can answer you now. Shush. I was just saying, when you said that like 50% of Christians weren't true Christians because it didn't fucking work.
I never said anything resembling that ever in this whole conversation. You just invented that fully. Never said 50%, never said true Christians, never said any of that. You invented that out of whole cloth. You have to own that. You invented something that you just put on me fully.
Right, so if a Christian foundation does a study on whether people praying for heart patients get better or not, and it comes back as 50-50, like the toss of a coin, and you say, yeah, but they probably weren't Christians, that is the no true Christians fucking argument.
So you're not willing to listen or not able to listen to anything I'm saying. Because I'm trying so hard. I'm trying, like, for real. I'm not saying anything about true Christians. I'm saying what Bradley said is true. People can be lying. People can also forget to pray. People can also pray for different amounts of time. Right? That's what I'm saying. A lot of things.
Wildheart, do human beings lie?
That will make them not true Christians. Then.
Wildheart, do human beings lie?
Yes.
Okay. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and Christians lie, so you can't trust them when they're saying there's a God, right? We've established that because you can't tell if they're telling the truth about who they're praying to or what they're saying.
Well, no, you as a Christian, you can't say definitively there's a God because you have to have faith.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you can't trust them when they say they have faith because you don't know if they're lying about having faith.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
The 50% did pray for them, you would have to say that they're lying as well.
Yeah.
Because they could be a Christian.
Yeah,
and
even though categorically, like if you're Christian, you're not supposed to lie because it's part of being Christian. So if you lie, then you're not really being Christian. So like lying.
Yeah, you're right, Anson. Yeah, no,
you.
Christians never lie though. That's
Yeah.
that's
So
the thing. And Christians also famously never forget. No Christian has ever said, "I will pray for someone," and then they've forgotten. It doesn't mean they're a fake Christian. It means they forgot. People forget shit.
No, not forgotten. They could have been lying. When a Christian says, "I do pray on their behalf," they could have been lying because Christians lie.
That is true. Another phenomenon that I proposed to you was that sometimes Christians will say, especially in a study, which is like so like obviously sterile. I shouldn't have to point that out, but they will say if they're double blinded, which you said it was a double blind study, and they are given the task to pray. Yeah, I don't know how much did they actually pray. Did they pray at all? In what way did they pray? I have no idea any of that. That doesn't mean true Christian, not true Christian.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
If none of them prayed, then
did you know that you just rhymed there? In what way did they pray?
Oh yeah, I'm Dr. Seuss coded right now. Okay.
So I will not pray for that God, Sam. I am.
So Confluence, are you going to tell me what it is that I did to get you in trouble?
You already know.
No, I don't know.
You already said it. You literally already said it. Don't say it again. You already said it. You already said it, Anson.
Was it the Emmett thing?
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Don't say Emmett. Why can't I say Emmett?
Because you can't.
No. I don't understand.
What is it about Emmett?
I don't know.
Emmett the Otter.
Something about Emmett. I don't know.
Can we fucking move on, please?
This is MUFON. That's the organization that studies UFOs. MUFON. It's true.
And can we stop disrespecting Anna Cramling like this? Like, what the fuck?
No! Look at
Anna
that.
Cramling would never. First of all, that's not what her body looks like because I've seen her body. Okay, only me, no one else. Okay, that's just. That's a joke. I'm sorry, it's a joke.
Does she have a?
Even though everyone knows that's a joke, I still feel the need because I don't want to disrespect Anna Cramling. Okay.
She looks like
Can you make that full screen again?
Yeah, probably Doomerang. Fucking probably. Okay, that's why we're just severing.
I thought Anna Crawling was really good.
Man.
Yeah, disappointed.
Yes, yeah, the chess player. Thank you, Colby. Yes, Anna Cramling, the chess player. Yes.
She's a chess player?
Yes.
Oh. Is it because she has a nice
Cramling, one of the first female grandmasters ever? I swear to God, Anna better not be mad. And I swear I will lose my shit if Anna's mad, okay?
Is it?
Yeah, she is cool.
Is she a good chess player because she has a big chest?
No, that is a photoshopped image that Anson did, or not Photoshop, not even. That's an AI image of Anna Cramling. Anna Cramling would never dress so immodestly. Okay.
Yeah, he's right.
This is what I said. Yeah, she's the daughter of Pia Cramling, who is the GM. Yeah, Pia Cramling is the GM. Anna Cramling, I think, is
Pia.
Pia, P-I-A. She's one of the first female grandmasters.
What the hell kind of name is?
Oh, grandmaster.
I don't know. It's like fucking like Slavic coded or something. I'm not sure.
Pia. I gotta take a Pia.
You're funny.
Yeah, I think she's an IM too, although I'm not 100% sure. She could be an NM, but she could be an IM. I actually forget that. She's an IM.
She's
an international master. I think she is. She could also be a national master, which is like one step below, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't know. What's going on?
Well, Anson, you sufficiently derailed this, and now he's showing a PDF of a PDF. I don't know. I don't even get this joke. I'm not really sure.
PDF. Public displays of affection.
Oh, I thought he meant like PDF file. You know what I mean? Like,
what's going on with the Epstein files? Anybody know?
That's the one. Yeah.
Not doing it.
Has Bill Clinton been arrested yet?
Inshallah, but not yet. But hopefully, one day.
You don't think Hillary Clinton is aiding and abetting? She knows. She knew. She was probably there. She probably did shit herself too. I bet.
Yeah, she's the Jelaine to Bill Clinton. Okay, obviously.
See that picture of him
just saying.
Are you sure it went that way? I thought that Bill Clinton was her hookup. Like she
you
like
think Hillary was
diving the young muff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a surprisingly probably TOS safe way to say that. So thank you, Anson.
Crooked
it's
Hillary.
Just like so out of pocket that probably no algorithm's picking that shit up.
Oh shit. Crooked Hillary. That's what I say.
Yeah, I think that's probably as good a point to end everything on as any other point, if you think about it. Final thoughts from the panelists.
Yeah, I want to watch the video more because we didn't really do what I wanted to do, which was watch the video.
Look, we got 22 minutes in. Okay, we got 22 minutes in. Okay, that's pretty good for the Confluence YouTube channel. So yeah, Wildheart is off camera right now, so I guess he doesn't necessarily have any final thoughts right now. He might come back. Bradley, final thoughts. You're not going to no. I'm dono coded, so the donos keep me alive, and I've gotten no super chats, which is not calling anyone out. You know, it's just one of those nights. But you know, it's just one of those nights. But no, I gotta do real work in place of fun work, unfortunately. So that's my system.
I think
Bradley,
that once there is light, there has to be darkness, because light will cast a shadow. And I believe that, nobody is good or evil. Everyone has a touch of it, and we need to control whether or not we, we need to be good to each other. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Be kind to yourself and be kind to others. I'm Jerry Springer, and have a good night. Peace and love.
I agree with that. Okay, Wildheart, final thoughts?
Yeah. Final thoughts. Thank you very much for having me on. Happy New Year to everyone, and good to see everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Take care. God bless everyone. Thank you all for joining the panel. Thank you, Bradley. Thank you. I'm not going to read what you just have in your things. I'm just going to say Anson. And yeah, Wildheart. Thank you, Colby. Thank you, Grill Piss. Thank you, Doomerang. Anyone else who is still here, God bless. Take care. Peace and love.